At the end of the 18th century, the Islamic empires were already on the decline, but then a series of events would greatly reshape the region, starting with Napoleon's invasion of Egypt. This invasion made a great deal of sense in many regards. Francois Baron de Tott had been helping modernize the Persian army, but through secret trips, he reported that Egypt would be an easy conquest. And this was pretty true, as the ruling Mamluks were often fighting each other or the Ottomans. Plus, once in control, the French could begin construction on the Suez Canal and join forces with Tipu Sultan of Mysore in India. He had long been a French ally, and with their support again, he could drive the British from India. There were other more romantic ideals, like Napoleon sought to emulate Alexander the Great, and French intellectuals were infatuated with ancient Egypt. And in many of Napoleon's speeches to his troops, he referenced the Roman Empire. When he arrived in the country, he declared, "For too long this horde of slaves, bought in the Caucasus and Georgia, have tyrannized the most beautiful part of the world. But God, on whom all depends, has ordained that their empire shall end." These foreign Mamluks, which had ruled Egypt for centuries, were defeated at the Battle of the Pyramids by Napoleon, and under the leadership of Murad Bey, they fled further inland, leaving the French in control of Cairo. Napoleon had to quell rebellions and their fleet was destroyed. Nevertheless, Napoleon marched on into the Levant. There he met Djazar Pasha. He had just crushed a number of rebellions in the region and took control of Damascus. But now he was forced to face Napoleon, who besieged Jaffa. Although the city fell to the French, disease and lack of supplies forced them to abandon the city. In the end, Napoleon had to retreat from Palestine and eventually Egypt by 1801. So the British, Ottomans, and their vassals had won, but a power vacuum was left behind. Husrev Pasha, who led a few thousand Ottoman troops in support of Britain, was put in control by the Sultan. However, he had to try to contain the powerful Mamluks. But the Mamluks were equally divided. Many Mamluks, including Murad Bey, had joined the French forces. Others fled with the British at the end of the campaign, and those that remained had seized central Egypt, fought one another, and hoped to be restored as the rulers of the country. Husrev Pasha, however, could not march south to meet them, because he could not pay his Bashi bazouks. These were irregular forces who largely came from Albania, Kurdistan, and the Caucasus, and they were often famed for their savagery. He tried to disband the group, but the Bashi bazouk rebelled. Under Tahir Pasha, they seized the citadel, bombarded the palace of Husrev Pasha, and forced him to flee. Now, largely Albanian irregular troops were in control of the capital, and the Mamluks from the Caucasus were rebelling in the south. But the same financial problems existed. Tahir Pasha's solution was to stop paying the Turkish troops, but they just rebelled and killed him. This left Muhammad Ali in control of the remaining Albanian forces. He knew he had to deal with the Turkish troops, so he concluded an alliance with the leader of the Mamluks, known as Ibrahim Bey. Together they forced the Turkish troops out of Cairo and Demeter, and Ibrahim Bey was made the governor, but Muhammad Ali had real power. In the summer of 1803, the Ottomans sent a new governor, known as Teblusa Ali Pasha. He landed in Alexandria, took over nearby towns like Rosetta, and set up an opposing government. There was a bit of a stalemate between the two governments, as neither was strong enough to advance, or they couldn't even pay their own soldiers. To break the deadlock, the Turks tried to divide the Albanians and the Mamluks, by offering annual pensions to the Mamluks if they lay down their arms. Many accepted, so the Turks advanced on Cairo. But Muhammad Ali still managed to put together a large force and marched out to meet them, forcing Treblusu to surrender. However, there would be further divisions among the Mamluks. Muhammad Ali's Mamluk allies were now led by al-Badisi. But in early 1804, a new enemy appeared. The Mamluk named Muhammad Bey al-Alfi returned to Egypt. He had left the country with the British, but now he was gathering troops in Giza, ready to hit Cairo. Muhammad Ali, though, struck first, and forced al-Alfi's troops into the desert. The public were now fully behind the Albanians, especially when the other Mamluk leader, al-Badisi, raised taxes. The people began to rebel and attacked the homes of the Mamluks. Al-Badisi fled into the desert to raid his enemies' towns, while the Albanians in the city sent for Husrev Pasha. He was the Ottoman governor, and he could have brought some stability to the country. However, he also brought in thousands of Kurdish cavalrymen to bolster his position, greatly worrying the Albanians. So, to recap, we now have two Mamluk armies, both fighting Muhammad Ali and each other. They're off in the southern towns, while in the capital, Kurdish cavalrymen are protecting the Ottoman governor, and Muhammad Ali and his Albanian irregular troops are fighting against them. To make matters more complicated though, because of the governor's high taxes, Islamic scholars began to support Muhammad Ali, and so too did Syrian cavalrymen. Protests erupted once again in the capital, the governor fled to the citadel, and the Ottomans ordered him to step down. The rulers in Constantinople finally realized that Muhammad Ali, who had the support of the protesters, should be the ruler of Egypt in 1805. But there were still the Mamluks in the south, and bandits roamed the countryside. Muhammad Ali therefore decided to play a trick. He declared that he would cut the dam near Cairo, depriving all of the Mamluks of water. The Mamluks believed that Muhammad Ali would bring all of his troops to the dam, therefore leaving Cairo undefended. But the dam had been cut the night before, and the city was filled with troops. So once the Mamluks arrived in the city, the gates were closed, and Muhammad Ali's hidden soldiers massacred them. Al-Alfi managed to escape, but in quick succession, both he and al-Bardisi died, causing the Mamluk forces to break down in mutiny. Meanwhile, after the Battle of Austerlitz, Selim III decided to align the Ottoman Empire with Napoleon. This meant he was now at war with Russia and Britain. The reason he joined Napoleon's side is somewhat similar to why the Ottomans joined Germany in World War I. Napoleon promised to crush the Serbian rebels that had risen up in 1804, and there was also the promise of recapturing the land from Russia. Plus, the Sultan also had plans of aligning with Tipu Sultan in India, just like Napoleon did. So the British sailed to attack the Ottomans, but again, similar to World War I, their Dardanelles campaign failed. They instead sent troops to occupy Alexandria as part of the Fraser expedition. Before this, the British had been in communication with Al-Alfi, hoping he'd align with them, but they only heard about his death after they had landed. Nevertheless, they marched on into Rosetta. Muhammad Ali and many of his former enemies rode out to meet the British and crushed them at Al-Hamed in 1807. The British then retreated from Egypt in September, and peace was made. They promised to protect the integrity of the Ottoman Empire with their fleet and the supply of weapons. And they also made assurances that no warships should enter the Dardanelles Strait. In Egypt, though, Muhammad Ali had become a bit of a hero. He finally offered the Mamluk leaders control of provinces like Fayum in exchange for peace. He was now safe, in control of the country, and he created a dynasty which would continue to rule and expand Egypt. Mamluk threat did remain, but that would be dealt with later on. First, he began to look for more land to conquer, and he turned to the Wahhabis of Arabia. Their expansion from very early on was challenged by nearby rulers, like Suleiman Pasha in Baghdad. But his invasion of Diriyah was halted in 1797. So the Wahhabis were free to expand, taking over Mecca and Medina, and they sacked the Shia holy city of Karbala. The Ottomans in Constantinople were left humiliated, and needed to check their advance. So Mahmud II requested that Muhammad Ali invade their lands. In theory, this would, in the Sultan's eyes, weaken both powers that threatened their rule. Yet the Egyptians easily landed in Yanbu and captured Medina in 1812. Mecca was captured a couple months later, and by 1815, the Egyptians had killed the leaders of tribes like the Zahran and forced the Wahhabis out of Hijaz. The Saudis agreed to become a vassal of the Ottomans, but peace wouldn't last long. Ibrahim Pasha, Muhammad Ali's son, marched into the heart of Saudi territory on a particularly brutal campaign. Towns were torched and civilians were massacred on his way to Diriyah. They arrived at the Saudi capital in 1818 and razed it to the ground. Abdullah bin Saud was then sent to Constantinople to be executed, and the first Saudi state had come to an end. Back in Egypt, though, Muhammad Ali formulated a plan to finally rid himself of the Mamluk threat. He invited all of the leaders to a ceremony procession, honoring the expeditions against the Wahhabis. But when they entered a narrow passageway, the gates at either end were shut, and soldiers fired upon them from the walls, killing the 3,000 that attended. Many fled south into Sudan, but Muhammad Ali would invade the country to root them out. There was, however, another reason for his invasion of Sudan. As Muhammad Ali said, "You are aware that the end of all our effort in this expense is to procure Negroes." He believed an army of Sudanese slaves would be vital to end factionalism within his country, almost like the Black God of Morocco. and the workers would be vital in modernizing his country. Sudan at that time was made up of a collection of states, like Sennar, and they proved to be no match for Muhammad Ali's rapidly modernizing forces. The country was therefore occupied pretty quickly, slaves poured into Egyptian markets, and from here, there would be further campaigns into Ethiopia, Darfur, and the likes. While all of this was going on, the Ottoman sultans had their own, more immediate issues to deal with. For starters, the Serbians were rebelling, the British tried to attack their capital, and there was the Edirne incident of 1806. This was actually the second Edirne incident within 100 years, and both times it involved rebelling Janissaries. The Janissaries by this point were clearly outdated, and in many cases a little out of control. For instance, when the Ottomans reclaimed Serbia in the late 18th century, the Janissaries launched a series of reprisal attacks on the population. Selim banished the Janissaries from Belgrade, but they found sanctuary in the lands of Osman Pasvan-Toglu. Now, I should say that although I've been mainly focusing on the Middle East, the Ottomans suffered from similar problems of rebellious leaders in the Balkans as well. Osman was a soldier that gathered together an army of mercenaries in the late 18th century and captured land around Vidin. At certain points, this land stretched from Varna to Belgrade. He would also mint his own coins, conduct his own diplomatic missions and the likes. So the Sultan really had little control over most of his empire. To try and change this and reverse the loss of territories, Selim pushed for tajdid, or renewal. Foreign advisors were brought in, and they helped build the new army. They were equipped with modern rifles, trained in the latest drills, and generally operated much like a European army. They were vital in defending the Levant from Napoleon's invasions, but in order to pay for these new troops, new taxes and financial reforms were implemented as part of the new treasury. These financial reforms would in turn end the possibility of people like Osman or the various Middle Eastern rulers ruling their territory virtually independently. But Selim lacked the resources and support to centralize such a large and diverse empire. And it also became clear that Osman could not be subdued. So in 1799, Osman, along with the Janissaries, were pardoned and many returned to Belgrade. They subsequently killed the governor of the city in 1801 and, in defiance of the Sultan, introduced high taxes, forced labor, and brutal punishments. Their killing of 72 Serbian noblemen in 1804 actually began the First Serbian Uprising. And strangely, the Ottomans were prepared to send troops to aid the Serbians in driving out the renegade Janissaries. But the army that was sent to Belgrade was the New Army, and a collection of nobles in the Balkans unified to try and curtail their advances and Selim's reforms in general. They closed off the towns on the way to Serbia and denied the New Army aid. And even the locals attacked them, like in Tekirdağ. There the Ottomans replaced the governor, but the replacement was lynched by Janissaries. In response, the Sultan had to send ships to bombard the city, yet the attacks on the New Army continued. So the New Army retreated to Korlu, which they had to besiege before entering. Selim, fearing a civil war, ordered the New Army to retreat to Constantinople, humiliated. This all but ended his ambitions to centralize the empire. And to appease the more conservative elements in his empire, he made Ibrahim Hilmi Pasha, the leader of the Janissaries, his new Grand Vizier. Selim was barely a complete liberal himself though. For instance, he tried to ban alcohol and threatened to kill people who sold it. But in general, his modernization programs angered too many people. And once he got back to his palace, his position was far from safe. The next challenge came from the Yamaks. These were soldiers tasked with guarding the coast from attack. They were usually mobilized men or volunteers, and were somewhat infamously poorly trained and lacked discipline. Well, Selim had tried to reform them and required them to wear new uniforms and be retrained. They refused to do this though, killed the Sultan's men, and appointed Kabachi Mustafa to be their leader. Janissaries then joined them en route to the capital, and they received support from many Islamic scholars as well. They surrounded the palace and demanded that Selim abolish all of the new institutions, and he resigned in favor of Mustafa IV in 1807. Bakci, the former Yamak, was made a minister, but he still had considerable backing and an army of rebels under his command. Well, not so much under his command, as these Janissaries and Yamaks continued to plunder the capital for around 14 months. In this anarchy, the old supporters of Selim decided that it was time to reinstate him. They were led by Alamdar Mustafa, who ruled around Ruz. They sent a fleet of ships to bombard Kabakchi's headquarters, killing the man, and then they sent troops into Constantinople. Mustafa, realizing that his position was now under threat, ordered the assassination of his imprisoned cousin Selim. The assassins included the Master of the Wardrobe and the Chief Black Eunuch. Selim's body was then presented to the rebels outside of the palace. Mustafa had also ordered the execution of his own half-brother Mahmud. But Mahmud managed to escape, and he became the new champion of the rebels' cause. They stormed the palace, and Mustafa was arrested and later killed. Mahmud II became the new sultan, and he would finally disband the Janissaries later on. And because of his many modernization efforts, he would actually be called the Peter the Great of Turkey. But rebellions continued in Serbia, and soon the Greeks would also rise up against Turkish rule. There were, of course, other problems in the various provinces of the empire as well. Sidon and Damascus were both ruled over by Jazar Pasha, but he died in 1804. This was welcomed by many, as he began to get more and more cruel. His name, Al-Jazar, actually means the butcher, because of his treatment of Bedouin in particular. But he also killed many Shia, and forced nearly every minority to pay heavy taxes. Eventually, Kunj Yusuf took over Damascus, and he quickly began to target minorities. For instance, Christians and Jews were forced to wear different coloured turbans. Yet, strangely, he also filled his court with Jews and Christians as well. While in Sidon, Suleiman Pasha al-Adil took over. Suleiman was actually a Mamluk who had been bought by Jazar, and in Tripoli, Mustafa Aga Barber was persecuting Alawites. Keep these names in mind for later on, as there was another powerful ruler in the region, Bashir Shahab II. He had risen to power in the late 18th century, but was usually under the control of Al-Jazar, having to provide troops and taxes to him. Yet he was still a powerful Christian ruler, albeit a secret Christian, of the Shahab dynasty, that had ruled Mount Lebanon for a century. Some of his predecessors were ousted because they had sided with rebels like Zahir al-Umar. And of course, there were all sorts of regional disputes in this land. But Bashir was able to consolidate his rule after Al-Jazar's death. Well, Bashir, along with the leaders of Damascus, Sidon and Tripoli, would all fight one another. Kunj Yusuf Pasha took his troops from Damascus to assault Mustafa Aga Barber in Tripoli in 1808, but his army of mainly Albanian mercenaries would be driven back. Barber, now in full control of Tripoli, continued to strike at the Alawites, and then turned on the Ismaili Shias. As for Kunj Yusuf, by this point he was somewhat desperate, as the Wahhabis had cut off the pilgrimage route to Mecca, and therefore he lost a great deal of money. He increased taxes, especially on religious minorities, and launched reprisal attacks on tribes like the Harfush. But then the Wahhabis actually broke out of Arabia and moved into Mazarib. They demanded that they convert to Wahhabism or face an attack on Damascus itself. Kunj didn't have the weapons or men to counter this new threat, so he tried to delay the Wahhabis while appealing to nearby provinces for help. Again, to put this into some sort of comparison, imagine the French invaded Wales and the Welsh appealed to the Scottish for help, while the government in London did nothing. Well, Suleiman Pasha of Sidon and Bashir of Lebanon obliged, and sent men to defend Damascus. This army of Kurds, Albanians, Druze, and a collection of other troops didn't make it to Damascus before the Egyptians invaded Wahhabi lands and ended the threat. Kunj told the other leaders to retreat, but they instead decided to take advantage of this situation. Suleiman Pasha, with the backing of the Sultan, took over Damascus. Suleiman, however, had a huge problem. He was a Mamluk, and just across the border, Muhammad Ali had massacred them. This was the main base of the Mamluks for centuries, and the infrastructure of buying slaves and training them up began to collapse. Some did manage to escape to Damascus, while Suleiman purchased a couple thousand more. But this wouldn't be enough to rule over the whole province. Instead, strangely, the Kurdish cavalry commander, Shamding Aga, largely took over the actual city of Damascus. These Kurdish horsemen had been brought in years earlier to help defend the city, and they were given their own quarters. But now they were the paramilitary rulers of it. Others were appointed to the role of governor of Damascus, like Siladar Suleiman Pasha, but he wouldn't be accepted by the Janissaries and they rebelled. So again, Janissaries are also in the city to, in theory, impose the will of the Sultan. In fact, 5 people would try to be governor between 1816 and 1819. Suleiman would then die in 1819, leaving Abdullah Pasha in control of Sidon. But he in turn would start a war with Bashir in Mount Lebanon. Once again, just to reiterate, these were not nations, these were all provinces of the same empire. There were some peaceful provinces at that time, like Iraq. The Jalili family still ruled in Mosul, and the Mamluks clung to power in Baghdad. That's not to say they were completely peaceful though. Suleiman II, for instance, tried to oust the Mamluk ruler, Suleiman Pasha the Little. He, by the way, is no relation to Suleiman Pasha in Sidon. But Suleiman's son-in-law, Dawood Pasha, took up the fight against the Ottomans. By 1816, he managed to take Baghdad and would rule for the next 15 years. He was actually quite a modern leader. He employed Europeans to train his army, brought the printing press to the city, and began construction on infrastructure projects. However, Mamluk rule wouldn't last for much longer. So the Mamluks of Egypt have all but disappeared as a major force. The Janissaries have managed to cling to their power in some of the provinces, but the greatest demise struck the North African Barbary pirates. Their power was already on the decline due to internal disputes, and, of course, the rapid development of European ships. But still, they were feared. So, European nations continued to pay them tribute every year to assure their safe passage in the Mediterranean Sea. However, America had just achieved their independence, and they quickly had to pay these pirates for safe passage or pay the ransom for hostages. This was a great sum of money to the Americans, roughly equivalent to 1/6 of their entire national budget. Then, in 1801, Thomas Jefferson received demands from Yusuf Karamanli, the Pasha of Tripolitania. He wanted to be paid just as much tribute as the other states. But by this point, the American Navy had gained experience in the quasi-wars, and their public was sick of this arrangement. So Jefferson declined the demands, and war was declared. The Americans, though, were not alone. The Barbary pirates had been taking advantage of the Napoleonic Wars and began capturing even more ships and demanding ransoms, while the rest of Europe was distracted. Yet 2 nations were not really part of the Napoleonic Wars at this time: Sweden and Sicily. The Swedish had a ship captured by Tripolitania in 1797. They paid the ransom, but then another ship was taken, and then another. So in 1800, they decided to attack Tripoli themselves, while Sicily lived under constant threat of pirate attacks and slave raids. So they agreed to send ships and men to help out. Tripoli was blockaded, and there were a couple of small naval battles. But all of this was ineffective, so the Americans changed tactics. They learned that Yusuf Karamanli had exiled his own brother in order to become Pasha. Marines then landed in Alexandria in Egypt and marched on Tripoli, looking to replace Yusuf Karamanli with his brother. But in late April 1805, Yusuf sued for peace. He was able to keep his power, but the Tripolitanians were unable to ever collect tribute again. The Karamanlis would now have to find new ways to make money. So they looked to bring back the trans-Saharan slave routes. However, the Europeans were now banning the slave trade at this time, so they couldn't really make a great deal of money from it. Taxes were also raised, but of course, this just encouraged rebellions, especially among the Al-Jawazi tribe in particular. Yusuf Karamanli invited the leaders of this tribe to meet with him to discuss peace in a castle. But in scenes reminiscent of the Red Wedding, as soon as the leaders and their men sat down, they were slaughtered. The soldiers then went outside to the camps where the women and children were and proceeded to slaughter them as well. In total, around 10,000 people were killed that day in 1816. The Karamanlis did have some success in expanding their realm though. To the south of the coastal towns there was Fezzan. This had long been ruled over by the Aulad Muhammad, a tribe that had been there since the middle of the 1500s. They had often been attacked by their neighbors throughout the centuries, but finally, in 1812, they were subdued. So Tripolitania was weakened, but this was just one of the Barbary states though. Over in Algiers, the power struggles continued. By this point though, it was somewhat similar to the Roman Empire, inasmuch as one man would assassinate the Dey and become Dey himself. Like Ahmed bin Ali Kodja killed Mustafa II and became Dey in 1805. Then, from 1805 to 1818, there would be 7 days in total. And Algiers continued to drift far away from the Ottomans, despite, in theory, being part of their empire. This drift affected a great deal, obviously. but in some ways you might not suspect, like the ethnic makeup of their armies and leaders. For a couple centuries, the Odjaks had defended the Dey, and initially no locals could join them. But by this period, maybe out of desperation, maybe because they had the freedom to do so, they recruited locals. They still only made up 1/7 of the unit, but this is far better than anywhere else. Algiers would even, albeit for a very short time, have an Algerian Dey, known as Ali Kodja. But these Odjaks became even more powerful and very often corrupt. Ahmed, who became Dey in 1805, was forced to listen to their commands. But still, he did some pretty brutal things all by himself. Jewish areas were looted and various groups were massacred. So the Kabyle tribes, the Darqawiya Sufis, and many others rose up in rebellion. Worse though, so too did the Tunisians. They weren't ruled by the Algerians, but ever since the middle of the 18th century, they had to pay tribute. But now Hamouda ibn Ali was the Dey of Tunisia, and he began improving relations with the Sultan and modernizing his army. So when Ahmed demanded even more tribute, the Tunisians refused, and sent tens of thousands of men into battle. Using modern weapons like cannons, they were able to win and break free from Algerian influence. This defeat caused even more problems in Algiers. Ahmed was deposed and killed by the Odjaks, who promoted one of their own. But even he didn't last long. Haji Ali would come to power in 1809 and aggressively try to make more money by attacking more ships, including those that belonged to the Ottoman Empire. However, they also began to attack American ships. By this point though, the Americans were focused on fighting the British in the War of 1812, so they really didn't do anything about it. It was only in 1815, when America ended their war with Britain, that President Madison dispatched the now large American Navy to North Africa. They arrived in June and quickly defeated the Algerians in naval battles and forced them to pay reparations. Now America had free passage throughout the Mediterranean. Then, in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, the European powers agreed to also suppress the pirates. A combined British and Dutch fleet set sail for Algiers and bombarded the city in 1816, forcing the Dey to free thousands of Christian slaves. Omar Aga had just been made Dey before the war, and now he had to deal with the loss of even more money and the loss of thousands of slaves. So he forced the Jewish residents of Algiers into forced labor, or essentially slavery. He was assassinated in 1817 though, and replaced by Ali Kodja, the native Dey. Or he was at least known as a Kulu-Gulis though, which in this context meant he was half-native. He'd been involved in a couple of assassinations before taking power, and now he had over 1,500 Janissaries executed. Again, they are still involved. Plus, he made alliances with the tribes that had been in near-constant rebellion, but he died of plague in 1818, making him one of the last Deys of Algiers. Across the border in Morocco, Suleiman was still the leader. He, however, was turning Morocco backwards almost. After centuries of trade with Europe, he decided to encourage their merchants to leave his country, and he began cutting off ties. There was a good reason for this, though. He was shocked at the French invasion of Syria and Egypt, and the slaughter of his fellow Muslims. He would even, albeit incredibly briefly, join in the First Barbary War to defend Tripoli. He was, in short, an incredibly religious man. So when the Wahhabis wrote to him describing their ideology, he was pretty impressed. He followed a lot of their teachings by condemning music, taking down shrines and the likes. Under his rule though, besides the odd punitive expedition against tribes and the likes, Morocco was somewhat peaceful. But plagues and foreign intervention would soon change that. However, going across to the other side of the region, the Barbary Wars weren't the only wars in this period against pirates. As over in the Persian Gulf, the Qasimi tribe had also been attacking passing ships for years. But as the British East India Company were taking over more of India, their trade in the region began to increase. Plus, because many of Britain's fighting ships had been busy in the Napoleonic Wars, many of their trading vessels were traveling almost undefended. This meant many of Britain's trading ships were being captured and turned into pirate ships. They added these captured British ships to their fleet of already hundreds of dhows. Plus, given their success, thousands of Bedouins joined their ranks, so they had up to 20,000 men and were developing a pretty powerful naval force. The British therefore needed help, and they turned to Said of Oman. Together they sent warships into the Gulf in 1808, but still the attacks continued. For instance, that year, 50 pirate ships began raiding off the coast of Sindh in Pakistan, where they captured a large British ship and massacred the crew. The British finally decided to act. They arrived at Ras Al Khaimah with a much larger fleet and bombarded the defences while they made an amphibious landing. As the Arabs fled, the British torched the warehouses, ammunition stores, and dozens of ships. Further operations were launched against smaller towns until, believing the pirates were crippled, they left. However, this campaign was part of some larger diplomatic moves. For starters, the Persians were coming close to forming an alliance with the French, which I'll get onto in a bit. Plus, it's important to remember the Qasimi had sided with the House of Saud. So, the British were technically attacking Wahhabi lands here. Yet the Wahhabis fell a couple years later, and the Qasimi were left on their own again, and again they began to conduct raids. These grew worse in 1815 and continued to grow. By 1819, more British ships arrived in the Gulf, and they made a deal with Said of Oman, offering him control of the pirate coast in return for his help. He only sent a couple of ships to help out though, as once again Ras Al Khaimah was attacked. Once they destroyed the town's fort, the British moved on to Sharjah, Dubai, and the other villages along the coast. Not a single Brit was lost in the engagements, and now nearly every sheikh was in British custody. Doha in Qatar would also be attacked, but there was very little central authority for the British to negotiate with. Once it was all over, the Chief Secretary of Bombay rejected the idea of allowing Oman to take over the region, so the British forced the sheikhs to sign the General Treaty of Maritime Peace. This would end piracy and set the stage for the creation of the Trucial States, which would become part of the British Empire. Although largely, the sheikhs would keep their power and continue to rule independently. But going back to Oman though, they, like everywhere else, had succession issues. Like when Sultan bin Ahmed died in 1804, his brother Qais bin Ahmed tried to seize the throne from his own nephews. Before that, Badia bin Saif, the nephew of the Sultan bin Ahmed, tried to take power by weirdly smuggling himself into a fort in a large wooden box. He was captured and fled to Qatar, where he met the Wahhabis, adopted their beliefs, and asked for their help. As Qais bin Ahmed struggled for the throne, Badia bin Saif returned with Wahhabi help and took over the position of regent in 1804. However, he quickly began to anger nearly everyone. After all, Oman was largely an Abadi nation, so Wahhabism was far from accepted. Plus, Badia was destroying their minarets, paying tribute to the Saudis, and letting their soldiers occupy Omani lands. So he was assassinated, and one of the sons of Sultan bin Ahmed was able to take control. This was Said, who ruled over Oman at their height. They still held colonies over in Africa, and of course were fighting against the tribes on the pirate coast. There were also some pirates in Oman itself, like the Bani Bu Ali, but with the help of the East India Company, they were also crushed in 1820. One place Oman continued to try and invade though was Bahrain. In 1799, Oman invaded the island for a while, but the Bani Utbah chased them out. In 1800 and in 1802, Omani forces tried again, but the ruling Al-Khalifas asked the Wahhabis for help. Yet again though, this would be an uneasy alliance, as the island was filled with many Shia Muslims. So, stuck between the Persians, who often invaded them, Oman, and the Wahhabis, the Al-Khalifas asked Britain for help. They signed a treaty of friendship, again expanding British influence in the region. While just across the water, the Persians were still on the decline. Fatih Ali Shah was the ruler at the beginning of the century, and his Qajar dynasty had decided to move the capital to Tehran. And this is off topic, but one of the titles he gave himself was Master of the Encyclopedia Britannica, because after receiving the books as a gift, he read them all. However, he would have to deal with Russian invasions. The Russians, after all, still claimed Georgia, which the Qajar had retaken by massacring their way through just a few years earlier. So the Russians moved back into the region in 1804, starting a war. The Persians, desperate for help, asked both the British and Napoleon for aid. After all, Persia was still a divided country with very few taxpayers, a large nomadic population, and a very weak army. Napoleon obliged and signed the Franco-Persian alliance. But then Napoleon made peace with Russia, so this was pretty much useless. The Russians continued south, and by 1813 they had reached Tabriz. The Persians were forced to sign the Treaty of Gulistan, ceding all of Georgia, Dagestan, and Azerbaijan to the Russian Empire. They did manage to keep hold of Armenia though, but soon the Russians would come for that as well. So Persia's only real chance to expand was over in the east, and luckily for them, the Durrani Empire was also on the decline. This empire, like others, would be torn apart from succession crises from the beginning. They had already begun to lose control over Kalat in the south. Then Timur Shah died in 1793, and all of his sons began to fight one another for decades. The first to take power was Zaman Shah, but he led a disastrous war against the new Sikh Empire. Many tribal leaders then turned to his brother instead, Mahmud Shah. He blinded and killed his brother, but then another brother, known as Shuja, would oust Mahmud. Shuja, by the way, signed the first treaty with the British, promising not to allow any foreign armies through his country. However, he was a cruel leader. Foreign visitors remarked that nearly everybody in his court had missing body parts, as he just seemed to enjoy cutting off people's noses and ears. These two brothers continued to play a part in Afghani politics until the 1840s. Mahmud would only be able to rule one province over in Herat, while Shuja would form an alliance of sorts with the British. But they weren't the only brothers fighting for power. Abbas Mirza made an attempt to take over Kabul in 1810. Ali Shah seized power for a year in 1818 before being strangled by another brother. Then Ayub Shah took over briefly in 1819. The Qajar rulers of Persia took advantage of this and tried to take over Herat. This place had largely become independent during the civil wars, and they also fought a number of small conflicts with the Persians over the border fort of Gorian. However, these were regional wars fought between Herat and Khorasan, as both Afghanistan and Persia were highly decentralized. Within Khorasan, there would be further internal conflicts as well. Like in 1813, the tribal chiefs overthrew their leader, Muhammad Vali, the son of the Shah. This group of chiefs led an alliance of all sorts of ethnicities, like the Karai Turks, the Kurds, and many others. So the ruler of Herat, Firuz al-Din, tried to strike. Persian reinforcements arrived and countered, and this sort of attack, rebellion, and the likes would continue from around 1800 to 1818. Another example of this came in 1817. Persian troops attacked Jam, slaughtered Hazaras, built a tower out of their skulls, and marched onto the territory of the Aimaq people. But there they were defeated and forced to retreat. Firuz al-Din asked for help in fighting back the Persians, but the Durrani rulers sent Fateh Khan to aid them. He was a Pashtun leader of the Barakzai tribe. For a while he had worked alongside Mahmud Shah in his fight against his brothers, and against foreign threats. For instance, he fought unsuccessfully to defend Attock from the invading Sikh armies. Fateh and this Barakzai tribe had actually helped Mahmud come to the throne. This is because their father Payinder was killed by Mahmud's brother Shuja. So with Mahmud on the throne, Fateh's power began to increase, and he used it to put members of the Barakzai family into positions of power across the country. These members were usually divided into different branches, based on who their mother was. This is because Payinder had many sons to many different women. So Muhammad Azim took Peshawar, Attar Muhammad took lands near Kashmir, Nawab Asat took Derajat, and his son took over Jalalabad. A group of brothers known as the Dil brothers, Ramdil, Purdil, Sherdil, and Kuhandil, took Kandahar, Ghazni, and Bamatan, and these brothers will become very important later on. And there was Dost Muhammad. His mother was a Shia Turkic Kizilbash, and he was made deputy of Kabul. So the country had in just a few years been split among this one tribe, and Mahmud Durrani was seemingly just too worried to challenge Fateh. After all, there were still pretenders waiting to be made king. Well, Fateh rode to Herat with Dost Muhammad and sacked the city, even attacking the women with the harem, including the relatives of Mahmud Shah. This, alongside his paranoia that the Barakzai were trying to seize more power, led Mahmud to send his son Kamran to Herat in 1818. The Barakzai, however, had just defeated the Qajar Persians and were not prepared to hand over control. After all, they had also helped Mahmud Shah take power a couple of times before. So Kamran made other plans. He invited Fateh Khan to a feast and ordered him to be blinded, tortured, killed, and allegedly scalped, although there are other reports saying that he was chopped up and beheaded. Herat was therefore brought back under control. Dost Muhammad fled to Kashmir, where he was held by his elder half-brother, Muhammad Azim Khan. But he was soon let go and allowed to march on Kabul. He had already built up some support among the locals during his time there, and gained the support of the Qizilbash through his mother's connections. He quickly took over the city and installed Ali Shah Durrani on the throne as a puppet ruler. But Mahmud Shah still ruled over in Herat, so Afghanistan had pretty much disintegrated. An Uzbek chief named Murad Beg took over Badakhshan, Ranjit Singh, the ruler of the Sikh Empire, took over Multan and Kashmir, Sindh broke free, and the group of Barakzai brothers, the Dil, declared their independence in Kandahar. Afghanistan now entered years of civil war. By 1820, the Islamic world had lost a great deal of land. The Russians had taken a lot of the Caucasus, and the British had expanded in India and Arabia. These two nations would gain more and more ground, starting the Great Game. But the Great Game overlaps with another great issue of the 19th century, the Eastern Question. This Eastern Question was probably more concerning to the major powers, as it usually saw a combination of countries trying to prevent the Russians from expanding south into the Balkans, either through invasions or influence. It had its origins back in the late 18th century, when Catherine the Great wanted to recreate the Byzantine Empire. It then escalated when the Serbians rose up and gained their autonomy, but then it truly began when the Greeks rebelled in the 1820s. Just to highlight some of the strange divisions within the Ottoman Empire though, in 1821 the Wallachians also rose up, but they didn't rise up against the Ottomans. They rose up against the Greek families, the Pharonaites, that largely dominated trade. As for the Greeks in Greece itself, this wasn't their first rebellion. The Russians after all helped the Greeks rebel in the late 18th century during their wars with the Ottomans, which also saw them attack Lebanon as well. But this revolution in the 1820s began when Greek emigres living in Ukraine crossed into Ottoman territory. Ottoman actions like the massacre in Chios sparked international outrage. But the Greeks also massacred Turks living in towns like Tripolitsa. The Ottomans responded by massacring the Greeks in Constantinople, during which the Patriarch of Constantinople was killed. So the Ottomans, hoping to end the revolution, decided to call upon the Egyptians for help. Muhammad Ali had already conquered parts of Arabia and Sudan, introduced conscription, and began to rapidly modernize his forces. Even Ibrahim Pasha, his son, accepted training from French instructors. Sultan Mahmud II was therefore incredibly keen to have these soldiers turn the tide in the Greek Revolution. Ibrahim set sail in 1824, and by 1827, Athens had fallen. But reports of atrocities continued to flow into Europe. Notably, the Egyptians enslaved many Greeks. So the major powers got involved. The conservative Austrians were worried of liberal independence movements and the spread of Russian influence. The British were also hoping to stop the Russians. The Russians were looking to aid their fellow Orthodox and expand their influence. And the French were swept up in a wave of Philhellenism, or the romantic idea of the Greeks. In the end, the French, British and Russians sent ships to attack the Egyptians, and the French Maria expedition chased Ibrahim Pasha's forces out of Greece. But the Ottoman Sultan, in his attempts to get the Egyptians to join the fight, promised them control over Crete, Cyprus, and the Peloponnese. However, some of this land went to the newly independent Greeks, while the rest remained in Ottoman hands. So Muhammad Ali turned to another plan of his, to take over the Levant. This had actually been a plan of his for years, and in 1831, he claimed he was chasing his citizens that crossed the borders as a cause for war. But first, they were now coming into a war against the Ottoman Empire. They, under Mahmud II, had begun to modernize as well. Mahmud, like Selim beforehand, created a new army trained in the European style. He knew this would anger the Janissaries, and predicted they would again try to take over the palace and overthrow him. But he received the support from thousands of citizens and the Sipahi cavalrymen. These had a long rivalry for dominance with the Janissaries, so they were happy to help out. Mahmud even brought out the holy banner of Muhammad to call upon all believers to aid him in this, the auspicious incident. Thousands of Janissaries were killed in their barracks as it was set ablaze. The rest were killed in the streets or fled from the city. Many that were caught were executed in a tower in Thessaloniki, which was afterwards called the Blood Tower. Mahmud was then free to create his new modern army. And what is vital about this new fighting force, it was actually mainly made up of Turkish soldiers
rather than, of course, coming from the Caucasus, Balkans and the likes. And as for the Sepahis that aided him, they were actually disbanded just 2 years later. This new army, though, was very quickly put to the test, as during this time of trouble, the Russians forced the Ottomans to sign the Akerman Convention. This forced the Ottomans to accept Serbia's autonomy and give Russia the right to protect Moldavia and Wallachia. There were other terms of the convention, like giving the Russians the freedom to sail through the Bosphorus Straits. Mahmud, however, reneged on this, starting yet another war with Russia in 1828. The Russian forces, who had gained valuable experience fighting Napoleon, quickly moved south, taking Adrianople near the capital, while the Ottomans, who were still at war with the Greeks at this point, were also being harassed by Hadjuks. These were groups of bandits or freedom fighters, depending on who you asked. At the end of the war, the Turks also lost a small bit of land in the Caucasus, and shortly after this war ended, Muhammad Ali invaded the Levant. But again, the Levant was divided between all sorts of rulers. The most important in this conflict was Abdullah Pasha ibn Ali, the ruler of Sidon. Muhammad Ali was right in suggesting that he was harboring Egyptians, but only those that were escaping conscription. He had ruled Sidon since 1820, taking over from Suleiman Pasha al-Adil. But again, he ruled over a province which was at war with his neighbours. One war began because Abdullah decided to kill Haim Fari, a Jewish advisor to many of the governors of the Levant, working with the likes of Al-Jazar and Suleiman Pasha. Well, Abdullah fell out with Fari early on and had him assassinated. This started a war with Damascus. The Fari family was incredibly influential in both Damascus and Constantinople, so they pressured the government to remove Abdullah. Abdullah then called on other leaders to support him, like Bashir of Lebanon, saying the Jews have conspired with the empire against him. Bashir obliged, and together they moved on Damascus, which was being ruled by Darwish Pasha at that time. They continued to try and gain the support of nearby rulers like Mustafa Pasha of Aleppo. However, the Sultan declared Abdullah and Bashir to be rebels. Because of this, Bashir would lose the support of the Druze during this war. Having their support was vital to maintain power, and without it, he fled to Egypt, where he met Muhammad Ali. Darwish of Damascus then went on the counterattack, with the help of the governors of Aleppo and even Adana, while members of the Fari family financed them. But with no breakthrough, Darwish was dismissed, and replaced by Mustafa Pasha. As for Abdullah and Bashir, they tried to convince Muhammad Ali to step in. He appealed to the Sultan to end the war, and this was successful, as even in Constantinople, some began to question the power that the Fari family had. So Abdullah just has to pay a fine in order to return to power. But he was bankrupt. And remember, Bashir and his Lebanese territories fell under the control of other provinces. Well, Abdullah decided to force Bashir's subjects to pay even higher taxes. This strain on the Lebanese population, though, had already been a problem for years. Like in 1819, Maronites rose up against the introduction of a jizya Bashir needed to introduce to pay Abdullah. They were then joined by Shia rebels, while Bashir got the support of the Druze. So this once somewhat united region was being torn apart. And in many regards, this could have been Abdullah's plans. If he forced high payments, he knew that different Lebanese groups would begin to rebel, and ultimately it could be broken up. And now, after this war with Damascus, Bashir had to pay a large sum to Abdullah again. He believed a solution would be to order Sheikh Jumblat to pay a huge sum of money for a pardon as well. This Jumbat family had long been influential rulers of the Druze, and for a long time, supporters of Bashir. But he switched sides in the last conflict and needed a pardon. Instead of paying, though, he prepared for war. Abdullah sent Albanians to help Bashir, and they captured Jumblat and executed him. So, strangely, although Abdullah and Bashir lost the war, they sort of ended up stronger afterwards. Damascus, on the other hand, was on the decline, and things were getting so bad that Jerusalem, Hebron, and nearby towns were not paying their tax. The Ottomans therefore turned to Abdullah for help, and gave him the authority to collect taxes in this land. But again, yet another conflict arose. Not with Damascus this time, but with the powerful Jarrah family of Palestine. They were rich landlords that collected taxes in this area, and had fought against past invaders like Zahir al-Umar. But again, the Russian doll of power and conflict is always present, as the Jarrah family had just been at war with other families in Palestine like the Tukan. Well, Abdullah was able to crush them, but even his army was now depleted for resources. And now we're up to the year 1831 when Muhammad Ali invaded. The Egyptians besieged the city of Akka and then moved on to take Aleppo, Tripoli, Homs, Beirut and Damascus. This was a modern army, fighting against depleted, divided, antiquated forces in the Levant. Bashir of Lebanon decided to throw his support behind the Egyptians, rather than risk losing everything. And many of the locals joined in the invaders, who proclaimed that they were freeing them from Turkish yoke. So by late 1832, the Egyptians were ready to move into Turkey itself. At Konya, the outnumbered Egyptians stunned the world by crushing the Ottoman forces. The new army was humiliated, and there was now no real force to defend the rest of Turkey. The world now scrambled to come up with some sort of solution, as the Egyptians wintered in Konya. The Russians and Austrians, who had long contended for influence in the Balkans, even met with one another to discuss the crisis. Tsar Nicholas I informed them that he offered the Turks help, but "I lack the power to give life to a corpse, and the Turkish Empire is dead. It will perhaps be possible for us to check the present crisis, but even if we succeed in doing so, I have no confidence in the maintenance of this ancient body. It is breaking down on all sides. A little sooner or a little later, it will collapse." The Ottomans had, in the eyes of many, become the sick man of Europe. So Nicholas continued to have some ideas of restoring the Byzantine Empire. Like he said, "Why should we not try to recreate a Greek empire if the Turkish Empire destroys itself through its own incapacity?" But other times he began to get worried that the French or British would take Constantinople. So his main plan seems to have been keeping the Ottoman Empire united, but weak and under their influence. After all, the rise of Muhammad Ali and his modern armies could bring back a major threat to Russian southern flanks. And as they advanced in Turkey, the Ottomans were forced to accept Russian aid, and the Treaty of Hunkar-İskelesi was signed. Russian troops were sent to defend Turkey, and in return, they demanded the closure of the Turkish Straits to foreign warships. In essence, the Ottoman Empire had become a protectorate of Russia. Muhammad Ali was then pushed by the British and French into signing the Convention of Kütahya. He agreed on remaining part of the Ottoman Empire, but he was allowed to keep the Levant. As for Crete, although many wanted to join Greece, it wasn't made part of their country just yet. Instead, it was placed under Egyptian control. Plus, this peace meant that the Russians left the country. The British by now, though, were panicked about the possibility of the Ottomans falling under complete Russian influence. Lord Palmerston's plan was to, in a very few years, get Turkey into a condition of progressive improvement, and there would be an end of all the nonsense which people talked about Turkey being in decay and falling to pieces. This would include British ships being sent to the region and British advisors aiding the Ottomans in restructuring their state. This would eventually pave the way to the Tanzimat reforms and British intervention in conflicts like the Crimean War. Meanwhile, Egyptian rule in the Levant was being challenged, as in 1834, huge protests erupted. This is because nearly every Egyptian policy had some sort of opponent. Their conscription angered everyone, disarmament angered groups like the Bedouins, and the restructuring of provinces angered minority groups which would lose their autonomous status that they held for centuries. So there were what historians have called peasant revolts in Syria and Palestine. There was also an Alawite rebellion in 34 and a Druze revolt in 38. There was also another strange incident known as the Damascus Affair. This began when a Franciscan friar disappeared and the Christians began to blame the Jewish community. This accusation was based on the medieval idea of blood libel, when Christians blamed Jews for killing Christians and using their blood to make matzo. The French consul Ratti Menton believed this conspiracy and pressured the Egyptians to investigate the Jewish quarters. Under torture, some of the Jewish men confessed. In the streets, people began targeting Jews and ransacked a synagogue. Eventually, pressure from countries like Britain and Austria forced the Egyptians to release the surviving prisoners. Interestingly though, this affair encouraged Jews as far away as America to protest the treatment of Jews in such a faraway land, and later the Ottoman Sultan would condemn the accusations. But after subduing the rebellions, the Egyptians continued expanding elsewhere. In Arabia, they had already expanded far south after defeating the Wahhabis, but now they struck into Yemen and the Zaidi that ruled there. This plunged the weakening state into further anarchy and it would eventually fall in 1849. As for Central Arabia, the Egyptians did seize Riyadh from the Wahhabis, but this was short-lived. The region was turned into a vassal of Egypt, known as the Ibn Muammar Imamate. This was named after their leader. He was the son of the ruler of the city of Uyayna, and it was hoped that he would become sort of a reformer. He also had dreams of uniting Najd under his rule, so a united Arabian state would be the vassals of Egypt, which would be the vassals of the Ottomans. And Muammar even had his own vassals as well. But Turki bin Abdullah al Saud, a grandson of the founder of the first Saudi state, fed Diriyah when the Egyptians invaded. He returned and began to work alongside Muammar, but then Turki's brother tried to restart a rebellion and was killed, souring relations. Turkey retaliated by capturing Muammar and killing him. He then managed to gain some allies in places like Sudaya and Urqa, before attacking Riyadh itself in 1824. This was then made the new capital of the second Saudi state, and once again, the base of expansion. Some tribes quickly submitted to Saudi rule, giving them control of Karj, Qasim, and Jabal Shamal. When the eastern province fell in 1830, the neighbouring rulers just decided to join the Saudis, like the sheikhs of the Pirate Coast. Although they had been forced to sign a treaty of peace with the British, they were once again vassals of the Wahhabi state. Even Oman, which was pretty strong, decided to submit. Sultan Said agreed to pay a tribute of 5,000 German crowns a year to the Saudis, and the land was divided between them. Oman still had a huge empire at this point, stretching over to Africa, but their African colonies were now becoming more important than Oman itself, so much so that Zanzibar had been made the capital in 1824, and their old vassal Bahrain was also forced into a similar relationship with the Wahhabis as well. These were both British allies, but the British refused to act. The governor of Bombay actually sent instructions, saying it was desirable to abstain from all interference in any wars not arising from piratical causes. You are to gain every opportunity of impressing the different chiefs with our desire of their remaining at peace. So the Saudis had taken over most of the east of the peninsula, but any expansion west would be challenged by the Egyptians. And rather than risk losing power so quickly, Turkey decided to become a vassal of sorts of the Ottomans. It was largely just in name though, but the acceptance of Ottoman authority should have kept him safe. This time though, threats came from within. Turkey was killed by a second cousin of his as he left the mosque. Turkey's son Faisal, who was fighting over in Bahrain, returned. He fought against the assassins and took power in 1834. His rule though was quickly challenged by the Egyptians because he refused to pay tribute. So Muhammad Ali started yet another conflict, known as the Expedition to Najd. Egyptian troops moved into the center of Arabia, while the Saudi forces broke, often refusing to fight. The Egyptians took Riyadh and put Khalid bin Saud al Saud in power. He, with the help of the Egyptians, defeated Faisal again in 1838, and now, in theory, he should have been a new powerful Egyptian vassal. He had, after all, been captured by the Egyptians during previous wars when he was just a boy, and he was educated in Cairo. However, this meant he had no real support from any of the major theologians or nearby tribes. So most of the Wahhabis just fled to Al-Harik nearby and waited. Fortunately for them, Egypt would pull out of Arabia in 1840, and the Wahhabis would come back. Meanwhile, the British were also taking their first real colony in Arabia in Aden. There, in Yemen, the power of the Zaydis had already been crushed, and the south of the country was divided into tiny states. Some of these states did engage in piracy, which the British East India Company used as an excuse to move in. But really, the governors of Bombay had been eyeing up this place for a few years now. After all, it would serve as a fueling station, a base to fight against pirates, and give them power in the Red Sea and Indian Ocean. Some even correctly identified that the Suez would become important, and thus Aden would be a vital link. Aden, by the way, was not the hub of trade it would later become. In Yemen, that was still Mocha. So in 1838, Muhsin bin Fadl, the ruler of Lahej, agreed to give the British a small chunk of land, only around 75 miles. Marines were sent in to defend it, and Aden slowly grew. It was initially a coaling station, and then it was turned into a free trade port in which anything from guns to opium could be bought. So slowly tribes like the Alawi, Yafa, Abdali and others would sign treaties with the British, and this would become the Aden Protectorate. The British weren't the only ones expanding though, as over in North Africa, Algeria would be the first state in the region to fall to the Europeans. This began when the ruler of Algiers demanded the French pay their bills for supplies given to them during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. The French initially refused to respond, so their ambassador was whipped. The outraged French blockaded their capital, but domestic issues caused the French to go much further. King Charles X was already an unpopular king, as his Bourbon dynasty had been restored. He was therefore keen to find a distraction for the French people and believed the public would rally round the flag should he invade Algeria. So the invasion began in 1830, but it didn't help Charles, as he was removed from power during the July Revolution. The invasion continued though. Algeria at that time was ruled by Hussein Dey. He actually managed to hold on to power for surprisingly long given the history of the country. He first came to power in 1818 and had given the Jews freedom and reformed the country somewhat. But when 34,000 French landed near Algiers, he surrendered. In exchange, he would be allowed to move to Naples with his wealth and harem. He was therefore the last Dey of Algiers. The French now held on to coastal towns like Oran and Algiers, but the interior was out of their control, and decades of pacification campaigns would be launched. To do this, they created the French Foreign Legion in 1831, and slowly they began pushing south. Across the border, the Moroccans panicked and provided refuge to thousands of Algerians. The Sultan at this time was Abd al-Rahman, who was the nephew of his predecessor, Suleiman. He was chosen though because he does not drink alcohol, does not commit adultery, does not lie, and does not betray. So again, he was another very religious ruler of the country and would be another long-lasting sultan, ruling from 1822 to 59. He sent a few thousand men to help the Algerians defend Tlemcen just across the border. But there, these soldiers descended into chaos. The Algerian resistance was already divided between Turks, locals, and the likes, and undisciplined Moroccan soldiers began looting and fighting among themselves as well. So the Sultan had to withdraw the troops in humiliation. The Wadaya tribesmen of Morocco revolted in the wake of this and pushed all the way to Fez, forcing the Sultan to flee. He was captured during his escape and brought back to the capital. Then he managed to escape again, and in Meknes, he built up a new army and liberated Fez in 1834. This ended the Wadaya revolt, but once again, it demonstrated his control was pretty limited. While over in Algeria, the resistance began to be organized by Emir Abdelkader. He formed his own emirate and received support from Morocco, but this would later result in the extremely short Franco-Moroccan War of 1844, and eventually the emirate would be crushed in 1847. There was another great shift in the region though. While the Husainids continued to rule over a pretty stable Tunisia, over in Tripoli, the Karamanli dynasty continued to decline, and succession wars constantly tore the country apart. So in 1835, Mahmud II sent troops to Tripoli to restore order, but really he just crushed the weakening dynasty and reasserted Ottoman control in Libya after centuries of it being a virtually independent country. But Ottoman control, like the French, only extended to the major cities. While in the south, a new threat would emerge, the Senussi order. This was created by an Algerian named al-Senussi, who was critical of a lot of modern Islamic practices. In some ways it could be compared to Wahhabism, but there are of course a lot of differences. Like al-Wahhab came from the Habbalite school, while al-Senussi came from the Malkilite school. There were other disagreements in theological issues, but both disagreed with practices they deemed un-Islamic, and favoured a return to an almost older and more classical version of Islam, in their eyes at least. Senussi's promotion of austere living gained him many followers among the Bedouin of southern Libya, who he met on his travels around North Africa. But he did have many opponents. For instance, he was very critical of Muhammad Ali and was forced to leave Egypt. But his beliefs would continue to be incredibly influential in North Africa, and future Libyan monarchs would come from this, the Senussi order. The Ottomans, though, had brought Libya under their control, and they continued to have other successes as well, like with their centralization of Iraq. This region had been divided between the Jalili family in Mosul and the Mamluks in Baghdad. But Mahmud II ended their rule after 100 years or so in power. In the case of Baghdad, The Ottomans sent an army there in 1831 under Ali Riza Pasha. Luckily for him, a plague epidemic had killed many locals, so the city fell pretty quickly. Basra would then fall in 1834, and to try and pacify the Mamluk threat, he married the daughter of a previous leader and welcomed many of the Mamluks into his new government. So Iraq had sort of, finally, fallen under central control. This wasn't true for the Shia tribes in the south though, the most powerful of which was the Al-Muntafiq, who had been based around the holy city of Karbala. However, ever since that city was sacked by the Wahhabis, the region fell into some degree of lawlessness. Gangs and mafia-like organizations controlled many of the roads leading into the city, and the Ottomans could do very little to enforce their authority over them. Like in 1835, Ali Riza Pasha sent 3,000 men to the city, but he was driven back. Or to the north, there were the Kurdish Emirates. These emirates still ruled independently, and one ruler in particular came to prominence in this period, Muhammad Pasha of Orandos. He ruled the Soran Emirate, and he is probably best known for his massacre of the Yazidis in 1832. This massacre seems to be more tribal-based though rather than religious, as the Dayesni Yazidis had murdered a Kurdish chieftain. So Muhammad was called in to help his fellow Kurds. But in the violence that ensued, religion was often used to justify it. He did this alongside the ruler of a nearby state, known as Bhutan. Muhammad also tried to crush the Assyrian Christians as well, but they were able to drive him back in 1834, and his emirate, facing such a defeat, slowly began to disintegrate. The Sultan demanded the governors of Baghdad and Mosul deal with him, and in 1836 they moved in, captured him, and sent him to Constantinople. His ally in the massacres, the ruler of Bhutan, Badir Khan Beg, would make a move for power afterwards, and he would be a key player in the fight against the Ottoman centralization efforts later on. Plus, it's important to remember that these Kurdish states also lay within Persia as well, and they actually caused a war between the Persians and Ottomans back in 1821. Tensions rose because some states were harboring refugees from Persia, or vice versa. But really, the Russians helped push the Persians into war, as they were hoping to open up another front for the Ottomans during the Greek Revolution. Abbas Mirza marched through Armenia and to Erzurum with 30,000 men, where they defeated 50,000 Ottoman soldiers. But that was pretty much the extent of the war, and nothing really came of it, except for the protection of Persian pilgrims to the Holy Lands. However, it does seem to have given the Persians some confidence to conduct wars, and this would prove disastrous a couple years later. Fatih Ali Shah still ruled the country, but it was a virtually bankrupt nation. Nevertheless, he continued to spend a lot of money on his palaces. For instance, it is said that under the Nagaristan Palace in Tehran, he built baths and slides. The Shah would then watch women from his harem go down the slide for hours. And it's believed that this harem included up to 1,000 women, and the Shah had over 300 children. So he relied on subsidies from foreign powers like Britain. They were already worried about Russia's advances in this direction, so they promised to give him further subsidies if they were attacked by a European power. The Shah, however, by most reports, was incredibly cautious at this point. It said that he would rather keep his money rather than equipping his own army, so he was completely unwilling to start another war with Russia. But Abbas Mirza and his pro-war party, which may have included a few British advisors, managed to convince him to strike at Russia and reclaim their lost lands in 1826. There was some logic behind this though. Russian control of the Caucasus was far from established, and they faced a number of rebellions. Like Baybulat Tayman was a Chechen that managed to unite many of the Muslims of the Caucasus, including the Ingush. Baybulat Tayman was a Chechen that managed to unite many of the Muslims of the Caucasus, including the Ingush, in a long revolt against the Russians. He also visited the Islamic empires to establish diplomatic links, and was so powerful that Pushkin called him the most feared man of the Caucasus. The Russian commander in the region at that time was Alexei Petrovich Yermolov. He was a particularly brutal leader, who would enter villages, torch them, and slaughter many of the inhabitants. In fact, he even wrote, "I desire that the terror of my name shall guard our frontiers more potently than chains or fortresses." His actions, however, seem to have encouraged even more rebellions and the strengthening of Sufi brotherhoods. The revolts, though, intensified in 1825, when Tsar Alexander I died. As Decembrists rose up in St. Petersburg, news of a potential Russian civil war filtered down to the Caucasus and Persia. So the Persians invaded and quickly took over khanates like Talish and Karabakh, even pushing as far as Baku. Yermolov only had a few thousand men to defend the region at that time, but he was replaced by Ivan Paskovich, and the tide of the war turned. With reinforcements, Yerevan was captured, and in 1828, Russian forces reached Tabriz once again. And once again, Persia had to cede more land as part of the Treaty of Turkmenchai. The remainder of the Caucasus would be handed over to the Russian Empire, and this would serve as the border between Persia and Russia, then the USSR, for another 100 plus years. The Russians would then be free to continue their Caucasian war against the people of Chechnya, Dagestan and the likes, and ultimately this would end in the Circassian genocide. The Ottomans would also test the Persian borders as well, when Ali Reza Pasha, the new governor of Baghdad, sacked the city of Khorramshahr in 1837. This whole region of western Persia, though, lay fully out of the control of the Qajar dynasty. The Emirate of Muhammara had been established a couple of decades earlier by the Banu Kab. This was an Arabic tribe that had migrated to Persia and converted to Shia Islam. But given their ethnicity, this region was called Arabistan for a long time. And this would be the region that Iran and Iraq would fight over in the 20th century. This emirate, though, like other states along the coast, turned to piracy, attacking both Ottoman and Persian ships. Later on, they would fall under the control of Jabir ibn Murdaw. He would be recognized by the Qajar dynasty as the ruler of a virtually independent state. But to summarize, the Russians were pushing further south into the Ottoman Empire, starting the Eastern Question. But now they were moving closer to British India, and this started the Great Game. Europeans had in fact been struggling for influence in Persia since the Napoleonic Wars, but it was about to intensify. Afghanistan would also be stuck between the expanding Europeans, but this place was in chaos. The ruling Durrani dynasty was crumbling as brother fought against brother for the throne. However, their rule now was just restricted to Herat. A large chunk of the rest of the country had been divided between the Baraksai tribe. For instance, one branch of this tribe was dominated by the Dil brothers who took over Kandahar. Another important member of this tribe was Dost Muhammad. He had already taken Kabul and installed a puppet on the throne known as Ali Shah Durrani. And as he'd taken Kabul, he also gained the support of many of his half-brothers who controlled nearby towns. This is simplifying it a great deal though, as nearly every town was held by a different member of the Baraksai tribe. Sometimes they were removed, sent elsewhere, and then returned to their base. Take for instance the province of Farah. Sometimes the Baraksai in Kandahar owned it, other Baraksai rulers ruled over it from time to time, the Durrani in Herat moved in, local groups asserted their autonomy, and sometimes the Persians invaded. So by 1832, it was reported that most of the gates of the main city were blocked up by mud, and the people looked harassed and were vagabonds. Great part of the town was in ruins and abounded with large tanks of dirty water. Even the other provinces were divided up between different tribes and ethnicities. Like around Herat, there were many Amak people who acted autonomously. The rest of the country fell under the control of different warlords and breakaway states, like the Maimana Khanate, which was created by Uzbeks. Trying to pin down who owned what and when is a complicated mess. Plus, in the midst of it all, allegiances could change at any moment, as many of the tribes could swap sides for payment. For instance, there was the deposed Shah known as Shuja. He was living in exile in British India, where he was receiving a pension from the East India Company. But he was using some of this pension to pay for the services and support of tribes around Peshawar. To make matters even worse for Afghanistan, the Sikh Empire continued expanding in the west. And, of course, Britain and Russia continued to gain ground on either side of the country. But the head of the Baraksai at this time was Muhammad Azim Khan. He ruled around Kashmir and moved into Kabul alongside Dost Muhammad. He assumed command of the capital, and in 1823 he rode out to meet the Sikhs. But he was crushed at the Battle of Naushira, and the Afghans lost Peshawar. This province was actually ruled over by a Baraksai tribes member known as Atta Muhammad Khan, and he continued to rule the province, but now as a vassal of the Sikh Empire. Muhammad Azim Khan died shortly afterwards, starting a huge push for power among the remaining brothers. His son imprisoned the puppet Shah Ayub Khan, but he still had to contend for power against Dost Muhammad and one of the Dil brothers from Kandahar known as Sherdil. Sherdil quickly moved north and captured Kabul, but he didn't have much support from the locals. So he put Sultan Muhammad Khan in control of the capital. He was yet another Barakzai brother, and this was done to ideally maintain some sort of unity among the brothers. But Sherdil died in 1826, and even his full brothers in their base in Kandahar began fighting one another. So Dost Muhammad decided to move on the capital once again, and with his Kizilbash allies, he deposed Sultan Muhammad Khan. But to make matters even more complicated, Mujahideen and Americans arrived in Afghanistan in the 1820s. Let's start with the Mujahideen though. Sayyid Ahmad Barevli was an Indian who was part of the Deobandi movement. They, to simplify, began to believe that Islam was being corrupted and it needed a revival. There were other movements in the subcontinent, like the Farizi movement in Bengal, and often there was overlap or at least a sharing of ideas between these two groups. The Deobandi movement though goes back to the 18th century, and Shah Waliullah Dahlawi. He was a contemporary of Al-Wahhab and advocated for very similar things. For instance, Muslims, no matter where they live, wherever they spend their youthful days, they should in any case be completely separated from the natives of that country in their culture, traditions and mannerisms. And wherever they are, they must be immersed in their Arabic splendor and Arabic trends. A lot of his writings were actually against the Maratha, who were seizing lands from the declining Mughal Empire. Well, Sayyid Ahmed, who studied this, had served in the armies of a Muslim commander known as Amir Khan, but his commander agreed to join the East India Company in return for money. Sayyid refused to follow him and join the Christian forces, so he returned to the north and gained a following, encouraging people to fight against the British and also the Sikhs. And like with the Wahhabis, he argued against what he called polytheistic practices, like the worshipping of shrines. After going on the Hajj, he began to believe that India was part of the Dar el-Harb, or House of War, which should be brought back into the Islamic world through force. His first target, though, was the Sikh Empire. He called for a jihad and received some support from prominent Muslims, including Amir Khan. Thousands of Mujahideen then arrived in Afghanistan, and he even began to recruit more of the locals to fight against Ranjit Singh, the leader of the Sikhs. In fact, he sent an ultimatum to Ranjit saying, either become a Muslim, pay jizya, or fight. Sayyid's followers then declared him to be the new caliph, and they went to war with the Sikhs. After some back and forths in the 1820s, they met at the Battle of Balakot in 1831. But there, Sayyid was killed. The Mujahideen were crippled as a force for the time being, but Sayyid's movement, the Al-e-Hadith, continued to grow in the region for a long time. The British just often referred to them as Wahhabis and tried to crack down on the group in the following decades. Yet this movement continued to inspire groups and even political parties that still exist today. Sticking in India though, we find the involvement of an American adventurer known as Josiah Harlan. After joining the East India Company, he appealed to join the services of Ranjit Singh and the Sikhs. But then he also heard that a deposed Durrani prince, Shuja, was living in exile. Harlan was able to convince Shuja to let him join his forces, and he recruited 100 or so mercenaries. After many blunders, Harlan was able to take Peshawar, and he even met with Dost Muhammad, who he said drank heavily and was usually surrounded by his harem. In fact, Kabul was said to have had a large red light district, and cholera had hit the city, but the rest of the city was supposedly beautiful, with Harlan saying it was a jewel encircled by emerald with flowers and blossoms. So he remained in Kabul for a while before he left and went to the Sikh Empire. There were other adventurers though in Afghanistan, like Alexander Gardner, who wore a tartan turban. He was captured in Afghanistan and raised a family there, but Dost Muhammad killed his wife and child. Dost Muhammad meanwhile had been consolidating his power. After taking Kabul in 1826, he forced his half-brother Sultan Muhammad to Peshawar, but the country was still divided and continued to be assaulted from both sides. Like in 1837, the Persians decided to strike at Herat. This province had long been under Persian control, but now the remaining Durranis ruled, Mahmud Shah and then his son Kamran Shah. When Kamran took over in the late 1820s, he began launching raids into Persian lands. The Persians countered, freed captured prisoners, and demanded that Herat fall under Persian influence once again. At the same time, the Crown Prince of Persia wanted to restore order to Khorasan. This province had long been the battleground of Turkic-Krai tribes, Imak Hazaras, the Kurds, and many more. But then, in quick succession, Abbas Mirza and Fatih Ali Shah died. This left Muhammad Shah as the new ruler of Persia. He quickly called off the attack on Herat, allowing Cameron to continue ruling in exchange for annual tribute. While all of this was going on, the Sikhs continued expanding west. They had already defeated the Mujahideen and were taking over crucial regions like Peshawar in 1834. So to outside observers, it seemed like the Sikh Empire would be the dominant power north of India, and Britain began to favour an alliance with them. So Dost Muhammad realised he needed assistance, and he invited Jan Vitkovich to Kabul. He was a complicated character though, as although he worked for the Russians, he was Lithuanian. He was therefore more than likely a double agent, eager to help start a war between Britain and Russia in order to help Lithuania break free from Russian rule. Dost Muhammad, however, knew this move would antagonise the British and force them into helping him against the Sikhs, or at the very least, get Britain to pressure the Sikhs into stopping invading. And he was right in assuming that this move would panic the British. The British Governor of India, Lord Auckland, sent a message to Dost Muhammad saying, "You must desist from all correspondence with Russia. You must never receive agents from them, or have aught to do with them without our sanction." The British, though, did already have their own men in Kabul, like Scottish explorer Alexander Burnes. He, on Christmas Day on 1837, had dinner with Burnes, Vitkovich, and the American Josiah Harlan. So all sorts of people were getting involved in Kabul. While Vitkovich would also bump into British people like Henry Rawlinson in Persia as well. But then the Russians made a complete 180 and decided to throw their weight behind Persia and aid them in a new attempt to take Herat. They began their march east in 1836, slowly trying to subdue Turkmen tribes in Khorasan. Despite their initial failures, the new Russian diplomat in Persia, Count Sinomich, was keen to promote an alliance with Persia. So he promised them aid, again greatly worrying the British. Many believed that Herat could serve as a base of future Russian expansion into India itself. But the real plan probably wasn't so bold. It was more likely just a way to drive a wedge between Britain and Persia, finally ending British influence in the country once and for all. British agents quickly tried to stop the Shah, but he continued his march in 1837. The Sunni Imak people harassed the invading Shias, but still the Persians marched on and laid siege to the city. Lord Auckland quickly scrambled to counter this new threat. He needed to both stop the Persian advance and create a permanent ally out of Afghanistan. So he turned to Shuja, the deposed Durrani leader, and planned to invade Afghanistan and put him on the throne. While, in June 1838, he sent ships to take over Karg Island, which finally forced the Persians to end their siege of the city. This should have ended British plans in Afghanistan, but Lord Auckland and Ranjit Singh were determined to remove Dost Muhammad. Back home, though, many British people condemned his plans in Afghanistan, including the Duke of Wellington. Meanwhile, Dost Muhammad continued consolidating his rule. Like in 1838, he launched a campaign against the Kunduz Khanate. Their ruler Murad Beg had recently taken power and threatened the Afghans. So Dost Muhammad sent his son and the American Josiah Harlan to fight against them. En route, many Hazaras joined them in conquering the cities of other independent rulers. They then reached Balkh, and eventually, realizing he couldn't stop the Afghans, Murad Beg surrendered. Dost Muhammad had finally expanded his control to the north, taking over regions like Badakhshan, but the rest of the north was still out of his control. Like the Bukharans conquered Mazar-e-Sharif in 1837. Plus, the Russians would also begin striking deep into Central Asia with their Kievan campaign of 1839. And also in 1839, the British would start the First Anglo-Afghan War. By the 1830s, the Ottoman Empire had essentially lost most of the Middle East to Muhammad Ali of Egypt. An uneasy peace then followed, as all of the European powers tried to maintain the status quo. But Sultan Mahmud II of the Ottoman Empire claimed, "I would rather die or become the slave of Russia than spare my rebellious vassal." In 1838, he began to believe that his armies were once again strong enough to defeat the Egyptians, and they began to muster in Mesopotamia. This army had in fact modernized, and they had foreign advisors like von Moltke. The Egyptians, on the other hand, had already made it clear that they were about to declare independence.
Plus, they did have a lot of problems in the Levant, fighting near constant rebellions. But still, they were far stronger. In fact, it was allegedly said that the Egyptians' camp was a professional camp, filled with trained soldiers, whereas an Ottoman's camp was more like a pilgrim's camp, filled with merchants and peddlers. Nevertheless, even though Mahmud died in 1839, the invasion of Egyptian Syria still went ahead. They met the Egyptians at Nazib, and there they were crushed by Ibrahim Pasha, leaving the Ottoman Empire once again open to an all-out invasion. And to make matters worse, the new Sultan Abdul-Mejid I appointed a new Grand Vizier. He was Kocha Husrev Mehmed Pasha, and he'd been instrumental in helping modernize the navy. But he had a rival in court, another naval commander named Ahmed Fevzi Pasha. Ahmed feared the new Grand Vizier, so decided to sail his fleet to Egypt and deliver it to Muhammad Ali. Now the Ottomans had no power on land or at sea, so the great powers scrambled to come up with a solution. The French, who had already seized Algeria, were hoping to expand their influence in North Africa, so they supported Egypt, while the British, Russians and Austrians all joined the Ottomans, hoping to prop up the empire. They signed the Convention of London agreeing to help the Ottomans reclaim the Levant and bring Egypt legally under Ottoman control once more. But the Sultan would have to accept Muhammad Ali and his heirs as the rulers of Egypt. The French, fearing isolation in Europe, didn't come to Muhammad Ali's aid. Nevertheless, the Egyptians still refused to accept the demands of the Europeans, so the British and Austrians decided to use force. They bombarded Beirut, which was then ruled by Suleiman Pasha, a Frenchman and a veteran of Waterloo, who had been awarded the province for helping modernize the Egyptian army. They also demanded that Bashir Shahab, the ruler of Mount Lebanon, break away from Muhammad Ali. He, however, refused, so one by one his allies began to leave him, until finally he was forced to surrender and was exiled to Malta. The Allies then moved on Acre in November 1840 and blockaded Alexandria. Muhammad Ali was finally forced to accept terms, handing over the Levant, Crete and parts of Arabia to the Ottoman Empire. He also agreed to become part of the empire again, so the Europeans had kept the Ottoman Empire together through force. They had previously signed the Treaty of Iskilesi with the Ottomans, allowing their ships to pass through the straits, prevent enemy ships from passing through, and in essence, turning the Ottomans into a protectorate. However, now the other major powers were gaining influence in the empire. The straits were once again open to non-Russian ships. Then the British had also recently signed the Treaty of Balta Liman with the Sultan, which gave British merchants complete freedom within Turkish lands. This, by the way, is one of the reasons why Britain was keen to prop up the empire. It's in fact very similar to what would happen in China, as a strong united nation would provide better trading opportunities than a sporadic mix of destitute breakaway states. So in China they helped stop the Taiping Rebellion, and here they stopped Muhammad Ali. As Lord Palmerston said of the Ottoman Empire, given 10 years of peace under European protection, coupled with internal reform, there seemed to him no reason why it should not become again a respectable power. British and later French exports would then pour into the country, and they became more convinced than ever to save the nation. But Russia had lost their influence, and the British and French were sure that the Russians would once again make a push for Constantinople. The Russians, however, argued that the British and French had occupied India, Algeria and the likes, but still complained of Russian expansion, or, in the words of the Tsar, their defense of Christians in Eastern Europe. The Russians had also partially lost control of Wallachia and Moldavia. They had occupied these former Ottoman vassals in the 1820s, but their Russian-appointed monarchs were not popular. So the people rebelled in 1848, and both Russian and Ottoman troops were forced to move in. The revolution was crushed, but the countries were left in a strange position of being under Ottoman rule legally, but Russian military occupation. These two countries, by the way, would later unite to form Romania. The Russians then put out some feelers to Britain, offering them Egypt and Crete in return for freedom in annexing chunks of the Balkans. This, however, was largely ignored. But at the same time, Napoleon III was trying to restore the prestige of the French Empire. He wanted the right to protect Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. This right, however, had long been held by the Russians ever since the 1700s. But Napoleon sent warships into the straits to demand this right be given over to him. Russia responded by sending troops to the border, and they tried to drive a wedge between the French and the British, but to no avail. The Russians also failed to gain any backing from Austria, who they believed would be thankful for Russian help in crushing rebellions in Hungary in 1848. Nevertheless, Russian soldiers crossed into Wallachia and Moldavia in 1853, and their fleet sailed to Sinop. At Sinop, they completely annihilated the Ottoman fleet, which was outdated by this point compared to the Russians, who were the first to actually use explosive naval artillery in battle. This started the Crimean War. British and French troops sailed through the straits and attacked the Russians on the Crimean Peninsula. Austria deployed men to prevent the Russians from making further pushes in the Balkans, and the Ottomans fought over in the Caucasus. In the end, the Allies won, and Russia was forced to withdraw from the Romanian states and hand over some land. Once again then, the Western powers had stepped in to save the Ottoman Empire, but this time there was a cost to it. The Western powers had been pressuring the Sultan to make internal reforms at the end of their war with Egypt, and in many regards, the Ottomans knew that this was necessary. Grand Vizier Mustafa Reshid Pasha issued the Edict of Gulani, bringing about sweeping reforms to the nation, and this period of rapid modernization was called Tanzimat. Tax farming was finally abolished, and the policy of enslaving boys for military service was replaced with conscription. All citizens would be made equal before the law, the first banknotes were introduced, post offices were opened, the first census was conducted, people were given ID cards, new ministries were created to look after things like healthcare, new universities were built, steam-powered ferries, railway lines, and telegraph lines were constructed, the first Ottoman bank was created, homosexuality was decriminalized, and an early version of the Ottoman Parliament was established. This, along with a great deal more, was all done within about a 10 to 15 year period. It was also around this time that the turban was replaced by the fez. Importantly though, for the Crimean War, the Ottomans' new financial system began to take out loans from foreign governments. These loans though were particularly beneficial to the European banks, and it seems the Ottomans, new to the whole system, just took out far too many loans. By 1875 they accumulated around £224 million of debt, but their income was only around £21 million. Some of this money was spent on modernising the country, but a great deal of it was wasted. This would be true across the region, as many leaders would build huge elaborate palaces and the likes. And on reforms, I should say that Persia had the opportunity to modernise thanks to Emir Kabir. He had worked his way up through the ranks, organising the finances of things like provincial armies. He also worked abroad, learning about international diplomacy as well. He would watch the reforms going on in the Ottoman Empire, and began to believe that Persia too could modernise through a top-down approach. The Shah brought him into the court in 1847, but just 1 year later, Muhammad Shah died. Nasir al-Din succeeded him, and fortunately for Emir, he had actually been the young Shah's tutor. Emir was given control over the army, and then became chief minister. In this position, he set about restructuring the entire country, focusing primarily on the finances. Lavish spending and allowances to nobles were reduced, but this just meant early on he made many enemies. Like troops within Tehran were encouraged to mutiny by disgruntled nobles, but the imams and people joined in to stop them. Elsewhere, Emir tried bringing centralized power into provinces that had long fallen out of their control, like Khorasan. Here, rebellious princes could often find allies for their claim on the throne, like the revolt of Hassan Kar Salah had begun in 1846, with the goal of putting Bahman Mirza on the throne. But Emir Kabir was able to crush the rebellion in 1850 and bring the province, or at least the towns, under his control. Much of the countryside at this point was still controlled by a mix of ethnic groups. Sweeping reforms continued to be made, like millions were vaccinated against smallpox, tribal chiefs who had lived autonomously were forced to pay tax, custom duties were brought under the control of the government and not farmed out anymore, long uncultivated lands were set to be farmed, and a new Western-style university was founded, called Dar ul Funun. This was filled primarily with Austrian teachers, instructing students on new studies like medicine, natural history, and the likes. And to spread his achievements, newspapers were widely circulated. These were often published in Persian, which in such a multi-ethnic state brought about some degree of unity. But again, he continued to make enemies. Like he challenged the power of Islamic leaders by trying to set up national courts free from religion. Also, the power of imams to grant refuge, known as Bast in Islam, was taken away. He then granted many non-Muslim groups new rights. This wasn't because he was necessarily liberal though. He in fact just wanted to make sure that European nations could not interfere in Persia on behalf of a persecuted group, like for instance they would do later on in the Ottoman Empire. And I say this because he did repress some groups like the Baha'i faith. At this time it was known as Babism. This faith, then known as Babism, began to appear at this time. Qajar soldiers were sent to defeat them in their new base in the north. And after the Battle of Fort Tabarsi, Emir ordered the execution of many of their followers and even their founder, known as the Bab. And in a show of oppression and modernization, the Bab was the first person in Persia to be killed by firing squad. Many of the Baha'i followers then fled to Iraq, while Emir continued to try to modernize his country and keep the British and Russians at bay. But his enemies, including the Queen Mother, began to conspire against him. She encouraged her son, who was now coming of age, to demote Emir, and eventually he was killed in 1852. This brought Persia's very short modernization efforts to an end. Had he lived longer though, maybe it could have been successful, as one region Emir was keen on developing was Arabistan, or today known as Khuzestan. Here a virtually independent emirate ruled, known as Muhammara. Emir had hoped to turn this into a base of trade and economic activity. He built the Naziri Dam and invited American cotton planters to create plantations and the likes. Emir Kabir also managed to negotiate border treaties with the Ottomans, preventing the province from falling further out of his control. But with him gone, Jabir ibn Murdaw, the ruler of the emirate, was granted almost complete freedom. So much so that Jabir called himself a sheikh and negotiated with foreign powers independently. And it is in this province that later on oil will be discovered. But going back to the Ottoman Empire, many of their reforms were positive on the surface, but for many inhabitants of the empire, sweeping governmental reforms and the creation of elite institutions in the capital didn't matter a great deal. What really affected them most was the 1858 Ottoman Land Code. This stripped most of the people of their lands and allowed the government to sell it. This would of course help reduce the power of feudal lords and autonomous ethnic groups, but it caused huge problems, especially as now foreigners could buy up huge chunks of land and charge rent. Other huge problems were created in the changes of laws as well, like now Christians could testify against Muslims in court, which just created a huge amount of hostility. And of course, conscription was opposed by nearly every group. So there were rebellions early on, like in 1862 in Zeytun, where the Armenians rebelled. They had long been autonomous, but the Sultan, hoping to bring the region under his control, began settling Muslims in villages nearby. Conscription, centralized taxes and the likes angered more, until they rebelled, albeit unsuccessfully. Even close to the capital there were the Zeybek militiamen, that had an almost mythical origin story. Some say they were originally nomadic Turks, some say that they were Greeks that had converted, some go further back and say that they were Thracian. Whatever the case, they were militiamen that in theory should protect villages from landlords, almost like a Robin Hood style character. But by this point in history, they were largely bandits. Well, back in 1829, one Zeybek called Achali Kel Mehmet rose up in Aydin. He led a rebellion against high taxes, long military service and the likes, and initially he was successful. As he took over the city, nearby towns submitted to his rule, but the Turks were able to crush his uprising in just 1 year. In Europe, the rebellions also intensified. The Albanians revolted in 1843 and 47, there was the Epirus Revolt of 1854, in Crete they rebelled in 41, 58 and 66, in Macedonia in 54, Herzegovina and Montenegro in 52, and the Serbians went to war against the Ottomans that same year. So to further strip local rulers of their powers, in 1864, the Ottomans began to restructure their provinces. Vilayets replaced the old eyalet, and strict laws determined the scope of the governor's powers. This was a very slow process though, beginning in places like Aleppo and Damascus, but soon spread as far away as Tripolitania. Arabian lands though, and of course Egypt, were never brought under this new system. In the Middle East, Damascus would be broken up between Jerusalem and Syria. Sidon and Tripoli disappeared, while Aleppo was made bigger, being given parts of modern-day Turkey. In many regards this was successful. To give just one example, the Ottomans sent Mehmed Rashid Pasha to rule in Damascus. He had already been trained by the Grand Vizier, Mehmed Ali Pasha, a great reformer in Constantinople. And his predecessor in Damascus had already begun to cancel independent contracts lords had with European traders. This meant that the state finally had control over all of their exports. This was their first step in centralization. Plus, Rashid Pasha, like many of these other new governors, was a Turk. Although he was born in Egypt, his father was Turkish, and then he was educated in Europe and served in the Ottoman court. In Rashid's case, he later served as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So finally, there were governors who were determined to bring Turkish control to the Levant and centralize the empire. He created councils filled with locals, both Muslim and non-Muslim, to appease the population, and he even listened to their complaints. Roads and telegraph lines were finally built to connect the cities, primary schools were constructed, and a scientific society was founded to bring Syria into the modern age. Obviously though, not everything was popular. Like, he sold off a lot of land to private businessmen, angering many peasants. He also launched attacks into the desert to crush the Bedouins with his newly conscripted Syrian army, for instance around Homs in 1866. His province though was particularly divided. Like in western Jordan, the land was fertile, but there were no real towns or farms. This is because the Bedouin just ran a protection racket, demanding that the few peasants that were there pay tribute to them. These Bedouin tribes included the Bani Sakia, who had long been autonomous and a threat to traders and pilgrims. But they were finally defeated by Rashid Pasha during this time. Otherwise, in southern Palestine, he demanded that the Bedouin live in huts rather than their tents. But the Tiyaha tribesmen killed his diplomats. So, once again, another campaign set off to drive the Bedouin out or force them into the fold. Elsewhere, many groups like the Alawites rebelled against conscription, but once again, a campaign was sent into their mountain bases. In some cases, though, he did manage to create some unity peacefully, like among the Druze Muslims and some Bedouins. He did this by almost encouraging them to work with his government against the Europeans. As one British diplomat wrote, he promoted a sense of community of material, social and political interests, a national spirit in fact, of which the government will be regarded as the highest expression. So the Ottomans were almost finally seen not just as foreign invaders, but rather protectors against the Europeans. To appease some other groups, he brought back exiled leaders, like the Druze Ismail al-Atrash. He was allowed to return to power, albeit under the Pasha's rule. As for Damascus, the city had long been surrounded by Kurdish irregular forces. Rashid first tried to arrest their leader, but then just put them in command of some expeditions. He also gave prestigious titles like Commander of the Hajj Caravan to powerful tribes. By dividing up these duties and some of the resources, he generally gained the compliance of many of the different groups. However, this was often a very delicate balance, and it required the near constant use of force and a military presence. In other places like Jerusalem, the governors had very little control outside of their city walls. It was generally surrounded by 12 sheikhs, all controlling the pilgrims' roads into the city, and as long as they paid some form of tax to the city governors, all was fine. To the north there were groups like the Bani Harith, and to the west Abu Ghosh. They could all muster together an army of several hundred warriors if need be, and these families often formed their own factions and alliances. Out here the alliances were the Qaisi and the Yamani. Fortunately for the Ottomans at least, the Egyptian invasion of the Levant had brought about some degree of chaos to the region. This made it a little bit easier to change the power dynamics, as the status quo had been upended. But the new governors still had to deal with factionalism within the city as well. One of the most powerful families in Jerusalem were the Husseinis. They had been appointed the Naqib al-Ashrafs, or the protector of sorts of the descendants of Muhammad. But they had a new rival in the Alamis. They emerged as Sufi sheikhs and preachers at the Dome of the Rock. Well, when the Egyptians invaded, the Husseinis invaded with Muhammad Ali. So when the Ottomans retook their land, they appointed the Alamis to be the new Naqib al-Ashrafs. A back and forth between these two families then proceeded, as they competed for the title, control over the mosques and the likes. The Ottomans did often provoke tensions, making sure that they remained divided and therefore weak. But very small incidents could flare up. Like in 1843, the French consul flew the French flag from his residence. Riots then broke out and the flag was torn down. The Husseini family led the Yamani faction in condemning the French, and essentially they took over the city. No governors could therefore challenge their power for the next dozen or so years. Yet they were still contending with the Kaisi faction, which included the Ottomans, the Alamis, and some allied tribes in the countryside. Fighting would often break out between the two sides, as their allies would take one another's villages. For instance, the Abu Ghosh seized lands belonging to the Bani Salem. So the Sultan finally sent Mehmed Kabrisli and 3,500 men to deal with the problem. This may not seem like a huge force, but Jerusalem was a tiny city at that time and only had a few thousand residents. Plus, this army was marching with modern weapons against armies which sometimes still carried spears into battle. The Ottoman army occupied Hebron in 1846 and then restored some degree of order to Jerusalem. However, the arrival of the Ottomans didn't necessarily unite all of the territories, it just changed what many people were actually fighting about. In Palestine, some families like the Khalidis favoured reformist sultans and viziers, while the Husseinis were far more conservative. Nearby there would also be the province of Beirut, which was one of the first provinces to see real changes. As, long before the creation of the other provinces, when the Ottomans first retook the Levant, they split Mount Lebanon in two. Bashir Shahab had long held this region together, but it was divided by different rulers, largely belonging to different religious groups like the Druze and the Maronite Christians. But now the Christians were given the north, and the Druze were given the south. This was all part of the new double Qaim Makamate of Mount Lebanon. In theory, this should have brought about peace and helped the government in Constantinople divide and rule. But it was a disaster. People were often trapped on the wrong side of the divide, chiefs wanted to expand their control, and even foreign powers got involved. The French backed the Maronites as they had done for hundreds of years. In fact, this alliance with the Maronites goes back to the Crusade of Saint Louis. During this, the king bestowed upon them the title of Frenchman in return for aiding him in the conflicts, and in more recent history, their diplomats were instructed to aid the Maronites whenever they could. The British, on the other hand, supported the Druze. Palmerston largely believed that they could act as a counterweight to the French influence in Lebanon, and if their missionary work would be successful, Britain could have an ally and a base in the region. The French were far more active though, and thanks to their support, the Maronites had 12,000 armed soldiers ready for war. The Ottomans, on the other hand, had very little presence in the region, so still, these were incredibly autonomous groups. The Maronites then, under no clear leadership, raided Druze lands and burnt down their villages. Ottoman troops then helped the Druze in repelling further attacks and brought about an uneasy peace. But in 1858, Tanyus Shahin, a Maronite peasant leader, rebelled. He was largely hoping to bring about an end to the feudal class who had been repressing the peasants. These peasants had long suffered in Lebanon, thanks in part to Bashir Shahab II and the introduction of the corvée system. This was essentially just unpaid labour for a landlord. And as many of these landlords grew in wealth, they formed their own feudal dynasties like the Kazen family in Kesawan. These families though were often forced to pay high taxes to pay for Bashir's wars, and much of the burden would then be passed on to the peasants. The Kazens though would often fight for their own autonomy from other more dominant families, like the Abul Lama family. So it was once again a Russian doll of power. This sort of thing happened across the country, but it is here where the peasants rebelled. The peasants attacked the homes of the Kazen family and stormed warehouses. The rebellion spread to nearby towns and a peasants' republic was declared. Soon these rebels would branch out and attack other groups, like Shia Muslims in their villages around Byblos. Meanwhile, there were the same problems in Druze lands as well. In the word of a British diplomat in Syria, the Druze had been oppressing the Christians living among them in every possible manner. A Christian could hardly call his life his own. The Jumblats, the Ahmads and the Abu Nakads were preeminent for their barbarous and unfeeling despotism. But many Druze were also angry in this new modern state, as in 1852 some of them rebelled against conscription. This was led by Ismail al-Atrash, who had long fought against the Bedouins and formed his own power base. Soon though, the Bedouins were paying him to use water in his lands, and they just agreed to join his armies. As a relatively new leader though, he would also attack other Druze clans, like the Al-Hamdan. So again, this is a remarkably complicated power dynamic. Many of the Druze leaders though feared the spread of the Maronite rebellion, and in the winter of 1859-60, They, with the backing of the Ottomans, decided to start the Mount Lebanon Civil War. Ottoman soldiers, backed by Muslim militias, usually entered a town or village, disarmed the population, and then left them at the hands of the Druze. Within weeks, 60 or so Maronite villages were burned down, and thousands of people were killed. Notable massacres occurred in towns like Rashaya and Deir al-Kamar. Not all of the victims were Maronites though, as some were Greek Catholics, like in the town of Zali. Said Jumblat, the leader of the Jumblat family, led men in attacking refugees and carrying away many women into slavery. While in Damascus, thousands of Kurds, Bedouins and Druze began to riot, attacking Christians in their quarters of Bab Tuma. The news began to filter out into Europe that thousands of Christians were being killed and hundreds of churches were being destroyed. So Napoleon III of France decided to act in what many call one of the first humanitarian interventions. He called on the other European leaders to put together a force to send to Lebanon. Fearing an all-out war with this coalition, the Ottomans dispatched more men to the region to end the fighting themselves. A European-led commission explored the causes of the massacres and blamed the partition of Mount Lebanon. So, in 1861, the region was united again. But this time it would be under the leadership of a foreigner, an Armenian Catholic called Garabet Artin Davodian. His rule obviously angered many, and again another Maronite rebellion would break out. This time it would be under the leadership of Yusuf Bey Karam in the late 1860s. The new government was successful in fighting him back, and Napoleon III intervened to persuade Karam to move to France instead. But throughout the Lebanese Civil War, the Christians did have some allies, like Akil Aga. He was in the service of the Ottoman army, but soon began to develop his own power base, forming alliances with nearby tribes like the Aniza and recruiting unemployed Bedouins into his ranks. So, like with many Bedouin leaders, the government paid Akil to protect roads. Yet he was able to receive more payment by providing protection to people in this turbulent area. Where he came from though is a bit of a mystery, but his men were called Hanadi. This just means Indians, and it's believed they were called this because of the dark skin of his troops. So some say that they were from southern Egypt or North Africa. We really don't know. He fought alongside and against the Egyptians during their occupation of Palestine, and created more of a power base by protecting ethnic groups and forming alliances through marriage. Although he was exiled in the 1840s, he was soon invited back to stop other raids. He then created a bit of a protection racket in the countryside before once again being exiled. He was shipped off to Constantinople, but during the Crimean War, he was able to escape and return to Galilee. But in his absence, Kurds under the leadership of Shamdi Aga had begun to grow in power. Yet many Bedouins fleeing Egypt in their modernization efforts also arrived in the region. They joined Akil's army as he went to meet the Kurds in battle at the Horns of Hattin in the late 1850s. There, Emil emerged victorious. Importantly though, most combatants in this battle still fought with swords in the middle of the 19th century. After this victory, he was now in conflict with the government, but it is around this time that the Lebanese Civil War broke out. He provided safety to fleeing Christians and sent troops to defend the town of Nazareth from the Druze and the Ottomans. For this he was given many honours by European leaders, like Napoleon III. There were other allies as well, like Emir Abdelkadir. He was an exiled Algerian resistance leader who protected many in Damascus, but I'll get onto him in a bit. As for Akil, he would later be employed to end Bedouin raids, but stepped down from power when the Ottomans required him and his men to wear the new uniforms. Many Bedouin would continue to rise up against the Tanzimat policies, like in 1863 around Tiberias. The Ottomans though just sent a couple thousand men, with artillery, to crush the revolt. Local governors continued launching anti-Bedouin campaigns, forcing Akil to flee to Egypt. He would once again return, but he could never achieve the same power, and his death was the last major obstacle for the Ottomans in centralizing their control over Palestine. However, once the Ottomans were in power, they quickly began selling off land to private investors. A great chunk of this land was bought up by the Sursok family. This was a Greek Christian family that came from Constantinople, and they became incredibly rich by investing in transportation and trade. As such, they were investors in the Suez Canal, Egyptian banking and a great deal more. So they were called the Rothschilds of the East. And, like the Rothschilds, they also had a huge network of influential people, including European royals. but now they were beginning to buy up huge chunks of land for incredibly cheap. For instance, the Jezreel Valley was bought for just £20,000. To put this into some degree of context though, an English explorer named Claude Conder believed that that amount could easily be collected annually in taxes and exports. So, as he wrote, it is highly probable that the government will again seize the land when it becomes worthwhile to do so. The peasantry attributed the purchase to Russian intrigue. This land would become incredibly important to the early Zionist movement. As Theodor Herzl, the founder of the Zionist movement, wrote, "The Jewish Colonization Association is currently in negotiation with a Greek family, Sursok is the name I think, for the purchase of 97 villages in Palestine. These Greeks live in Paris, have gambled away their money, and wish to sell their real estate for 1,000,000 francs. So the Ottomans were willing to sell all of the land that they had just taken, obviously causing a great deal of resentment. Also, around this time, religious conflicts, or really massacres, spiked across the board. Like in 1850 in Aleppo, Muslims rioted and attacked Christians. The root of this can be blamed on the more liberal policies of the government. Like the Christians were finally free to build new churches, and they served on councils. Plus, the changes in taxation greatly upset many Muslims. This is because for a long time the jizya forced non-Muslims to pay higher taxes, but now it was a head tax, meaning more of the burden fell on Muslims for the first time. Muslims were therefore growing poorer, while the Christians, with their connections to powerful European nations, were thriving. To make matters worse, an increase in European trade caused many outdated industries to collapse, and they still had janissaries in the city. The janissaries were obviously abolished a couple decades earlier, so they were just unemployed, living in their own quarters and pretty destitute. Then the Catholic Patriarch was given a procession through the city, causing many to riot. Order was eventually restored, and although many were killed, the Ottomans demonstrated that they were now able to assert their influence in many of their provinces. Also, back in the 1840s, over in Iraq, the Assyrians were being targeted by the Kurds. Here again, though, the Christians began to look to expand some degree of influence as Protestant missionaries arrived in Assyrian lands. And I should say that there was a growing desire to discover more about this region's ancient past. In the middle of the century, Austin Henry Layard discovered the Library of Ashurbanipal in the ancient Assyrian city of Nineveh. Henry Rawlinson travelled around Persia, deciphering cuneiform. William Loftus discovered the ziggurat of Ur and the city of Uruk. Julius Aupert also helped lead serious excavations of Babylon. But just to highlight how volatile this region still was, as they sailed up the Tigris River, carrying over 200 crates of artifacts, local tribes that often raided Ottoman ships decided to attack. Most of the artifacts on the boats were lost in the Kurna disaster of 1855. So, although the Tanzimat reforms were having some success, it's important to remember that it was still pretty dangerous to travel across much of this empire. Elsewhere in Egypt, people continued to excavate tombs, and in Arabia, Richard Francis Burton travelled to Mecca disguised as a Muslim. So, European interest in the region was growing. But, although it was mainly Europeans that were interested in exploring the ancient sites, they weren't the only ones. Hormuzd Razam was a local Assyrian that worked alongside many of the British expeditions. He would in fact continue working with the British, and would later be involved in a diplomatic crisis in Ethiopia, as he and many other diplomats were taken hostage by the emperor. This would later result in the British expedition to Ethiopia in 1867. But many of the locals in Iraq began to grow wary of the Europeans. The nearby Kurds especially didn't like the work of the Protestant missionaries. Plus, there had already been problems between these groups, like when Muhammad Pasha of Wawanduz massacred Assyrian Christians and Yazidis in the 1820s and 30s. When his emirate of Soran fell, his old ally, Badir Khan Beg of Botan, filled in the power vacuum. Badir had actually massacred the Yazidis alongside Muhammad Pasha, and he would go on to commit even more atrocities. This began when the Ottomans placed the city of Sizra under the control of Mosul, but left the rest of the territory under the control of Diyarbakir. This essentially divided up Badir's emirate. So Badir formed an alliance with the rulers of Mukus and Hakkari. The ruler of Hakkari was Narula, who came to power after a succession war with his nephew. During this war, most of the Christian Assyrians supported his nephew, but this was a terrible mistake. Narula won, and he launched retaliatory massacres in 1841. Then he signed the alliance with Badir, and they began to rebel against the Ottomans in 1842. Badir in fact even minted his own coins, bearing his name. As Badir rebelled, hoping to reclaim his lost lands, he appealed to the Christians to join him and even convert. The Christians, however, refused, believing that they had some support from the governor of Mosul. However, even the governor there was growing suspicious of the missionaries. So, when the Kurdish allies attacked in 1843, nobody helped them. Villages were torched, many were killed, and some, like the mother of the patriarch, were chopped into pieces. Thousands of people were also taken as slaves and distributed among the troops. In one report it said, "Corpses lay everywhere. The surviving men and women were forced to carry unbearable loads of booty for very long distances, while being lashed all the way until they fell from torture." And others claimed that the Assyrians were surrounded and killed as if it was a sport. There was yet another massacre in 1846, again committed by Badir Khan. In total, maybe 10,000 were killed, and once again, the Europeans received news and pressured the Sultan to intervene. The Turks, though, were more than happy to do so. They used this as a reason to send troops into Kurdish lands in 1847 and strip the Kurds of their emirates. Thus, they assumed direct control over Kurdistan for the first time in their history. Much of this land was then divided between the new vilayets, but now the Assyrian Christians would live alongside Kurds, Armenians and Turks, and the region would see far more massacres in later history. The Yazidis at this time were also once again persecuted. Like the Christians, many were enslaved, but while the foreign powers were able to secure the release of many of the Christians, the Yazidis were not so lucky. But with an Ottoman presence in the lands, the mass killings somewhat subsided, for now at least. The British also managed to persuade the Sultan to exclude these groups from conscription for a few decades. But sticking in Iraq, it should be said that cities like Baghdad continued to suffer from disasters. Like in 1845, a plague once again struck the city, and in 1864 there was an earthquake. And to further complicate the religious makeup of the region, Baha'u'llah moved to Iraq from Persia around this time. He brought the Baha'i faith to Baghdad and also Kurdistan on his travels. The Persians tried to persuade the Ottomans to extradite him, but instead he was invited to Constantinople in 1863. While to the south, the Shia al-Muntafiq still controlled much of the land. They had driven back Baghdadi armies before, like in 1835, but in 1843 they weren't so successful. Ottoman troops determined to cement their authority sent troops to the holy city of Karbala. Around 5,000 Shia were killed, and many intellectuals fled to Najaf, another holy city nearby. These holy cities had been sacked before by the Wahhabis, and ever since then they were somewhat dominated by mafia-like groups. But around this time they began to thrive, thanks to a dead Indian ruler. In the province of Awadh, the ruler was a Shia named Nawab Ghazi-ud-Din Haidar. He had loaned the East India Company money, who agreed to pay it back with interest. But in his will he said that that money should first be paid to his wives and then be paid to the holy cities in Iraq. So when he and his wives died, the British paid the money to Najaf in Karbala. The initial loan was 10 million rupees, but given interest, around 120,000 rupees, or £10,000, began to arrive in Iraq every year until the early 20th century. Much of this money was given to religious leaders, and some argue that the British were using it as a way to gain influence in the region, but still, the payments were made. But going back to the massacres though, another one came in Jeddah in 1858. This was just a small town back then of around 5,000 people. However, the target of this attack were mainly foreign traders, not any local group. And it seems that the rioters were just angry with these foreigners being on sacred soil. But sticking in Arabia, the second Saudi state still ruled in the east. However, they had been subjugated by the Egyptians. Now, however, the Egyptians had been forced to leave the peninsula, so the former ruler of the Saudis, Faisal bin Turki, returned to Riyadh and defeated his family member, who had been a puppet of the Egyptians. He continued to rule for a couple of decades, but there was another power in Arabia at this time, the Emirate of Jabal Shammar. This was founded by Abdullah bin Ali al-Rashid in the 1830s. However, to become ruler of the Shammar tribe, he had to fight his cousin. At first, he wasn't successful and was exiled to Riyadh, where he met Faisal bin Turki. However, he returned to his homeland, and with Wahhabi support, he took control.
But when the Egyptians invaded, he declared independence from the Saudis. His son Talal took over in 1848 and balanced the regional powers pretty well. On the one hand, he paid tribute to the Saudis, but he also declared allegiance to the Ottoman Sultan. Or at least he declared that he was ruling this territory on his behalf. So some of the routes to Mecca were finally made safe, and Jabal Shammar grew rich from the passing pilgrims. Talal also welcomed Jews and Shia Muslims into his lands as well. So for the next few decades, they were able to rule an autonomous region and, in many ways, challenged the Saudis for dominance. Their fellow Shammar tribesmen actually pushed far north into Iraq as well, and were incredibly hostile to any Ottoman attempts to subdue them. Sheikh Farhan led many of the tribesmen in Iraq in the middle of the 19th century, while his brother took many of them further north, as far north as Urfa. The governor of Baghdad, Abdul Karim Nadir, tried to cooperate with these new arrivals, inviting them to settle down in 1850. He hoped that they would be able to challenge the Muntafiq, but instead the Shammar just began to loot and pillage. In 1858 they were asked again to help out, this time to help stop a tribal attack around Karbala. And in 1861 up in Kirkuk, they were called in again to subdue the Ubaid tribe. This all helped them grow in prestige and wealth, but they still refused to settle down or permanently join the Ottomans. But those that remained in the emirate in Arabia began to work more and more with the Ottomans. There were of course other tribes in the region, like the Anisa, who had a similar history. Under Jed An, they were somewhat more willing to work with the Ottomans, but they continued to harass the people around Zor. So the Ottoman governors sent troops to villages in the area, ending the Anisa protection racket. However, all of this would be pretty short-lived, as the Ottomans would go to war with the Russians, and they would have to call all of their troops from the region. This meant that the Bedouin were free to exert their power once more. Plus, while all of this was happening, the British were able to make some gains in the Arabian Peninsula. In the 1820s, the British arrived in Arabia to end piracy. They then forced all of the sheikhs of the pirate coast to sign treaties with them, but these were often ignored by both sides. For instance, the British didn't want to get involved in wars with the Wahhabis, and the sheikhs continued to launch pirate raids. But then the Wahhabis were defeated, and in 1835, a group of ships from Abu Dhabi, Sharjah and the likes began once again to raid ships, particularly Omani ships. So the British attacked again, leaving the Arab fleets in ruins, and James Morrison created a sort of truce among the different rulers once again. Stolen property was returned and raids stopped for 6 months of the year, allowing the rulers to exploit the pearling season. This created a great deal of wealth for the sheikhs, so they renewed the alliance every year, then every 10 years, until in 1853 the Treaty of Peace in Perpetuity was signed. The sheikhs received British protection and mediation, as well as wealth from trade, and in return they should prevent their subjects from raiding and launching pirate attacks. It is also worth noting that many of the sheikhs were often challenged for control, like Tanun bin Shakbut al-Nahyan, who ruled in Abu Dhabi from 1818 to 1833. He deposed his own brother into exile and signed the initial treaty with the British. But his brother returned in 1823 with an army of Bedouin soldiers. But Tanun won and chased his brother into Sharjah. There Sultan bin Sakir al-Qasimi ruled from 1803 to 1866. He was sometimes a client of the Wahhabis, other times his rule was challenged by them. He would actually go to war with Abu Dhabi when their Bedouin allies raided his lands. So he sent hundreds of men to attack in 1833, but was chased back. He then settled on blockading the city with a couple dozen boats, while, around the same time, the people of Dubai began to assert their independence. Ubayd bin Said bin Rashid had led a few hundred men across the desert to the fishing village and created his own branch of the larger tribe, known as Al Maktoum. As ruler, he ruled over less than 1,000 people, but still he joined Sharjah in his wars against Abu Dhabi. As for Tanun, he would struggle for control of land, like the oasis town of Buraimi, which Oman and the Wahhabis both wanted. But he was deposed by his brother Khalifa, who tried to form an alliance with the Wahhabis. He in turn though was murdered in 1845 and replaced by his nephew Said. Said would then take Buraimi back from the Wahhabis with the help of Oman. So you can see in this environment, many rulers were happy to seek British mediation and protection. As for Bahrain nearby, their situation was even more complicated. Many of the British in India didn't want to expand the same protection to them, as they were usually involved in larger conflicts. And one place Bahrain was trying to expand into was Qatar. I haven't really mentioned much on Qatar, and that's largely because there were very few people living there. Plus, even in many of the treaties, the British just believed that it was a client of Bahrain. The British did actually launch an attack on Qatar in 1821 to end their pirate raids. During this, they bombarded Al-Bida, which today is in Doha. Qatar would then be attacked by Bahrain because in 1828, Mohammed bin Khamis, the ruler of the Al-Buainin tribe, murdered a Bahraini man. Bahraini troops were able to remove him from power, but Al-Bida and nearby Doha then became the home of many outlaws and pirates, like Jassim bin Jabir. The British demanded that this pirate be handed over, but the town refused. So, once again, they were bombarded in 1841. In the aftermath, the towns, which only ever had a few hundred people living there, were occupied by Isa bin Tarif. He was the ruler of the small Al-Bin Ali tribe, and initially was loyal to the Al-Khalifa of Bahrain. But the Al-Khalifa were having their own problems. For starters, they contended with the Wahhabis over another town in Qatar, known as Zubarah. This is where the Caliphs a century ago had moved to and set sail to take over Bahrain. But it was then taken over by the Wahhabis in 1809, and when they retreated, Said of Oman attacked and torched the settlement. The town began to be repopulated again in the 1820s, and Bahrain sent someone over to govern it. This was Abdullah bin Ahmad al-Khalifa. He, however, decided to unsuccessfully start a rebellion and declare his independence and loyalty to the Wahhabis. So the peninsula would again be attacked by Bahrain, and then when the Wahhabis were taken over by the Egyptians, they too tried to move into Qatar next. But the Al-Nuaym tribe, which lived near the town of Zubarah, refused to pay tribute to the Egyptians in 1840. In all of this chaos, a man known as Izan bin Tarif of the Al-Bin Ali tribe formed an alliance with the rebellious Bahraini Abdullah bin Ahmad. Together they rebelled, but soon Isa bin Tarif was forced to flee to Abu Dhabi. There he made a strange alliance with the ruler of Oman. And even stranger, he sent ships to help Oman capture Mombasa in Africa in 1837. Isa then moved back to Qatar and struggled once again for dominance. By this time though, the Egyptians had left Arabia, and the ruler of Bahrain, Mohammed bin Khalifa, sent troops once again to Qatar in 1847. The British didn't support this action, but still he pushed on, and won the Battle of Fuwayrit. During the battle, Isa bin Tarif was killed, and a new group moved into Doha and took power, known as the Thani. They belonged to the much larger Banu Tamim tribe that came to Qatar in the 1720s. They first lived in the south but slowly moved north, until the Thanis took over Doha. Here they would actually cement their control, and they continue to rule Qatar today. Mohammed bin Khalifa meanwhile refused to pay tribute to the resurgent Wahhabis, so the Saudis formed an alliance with Mohammed bin Thani and attacked, forcing Khalifa and the Bahrainis to pay tribute once again. The Wahhabis, you may see, fight a lot of wars just for tribute, and there's a good reason for this. 1/5 of their income came from raids, but these were slowing down. Pilgrim fees and zakat helped their economy a lot, but largely they were dependent on tribute from these neighbouring rulers. In the Gulf states, there was some more back and forth over the next couple years. Like the Bahrainis blockaded Doha in 1852, the Wahhabis provided sanctuary to Bahraini claimants, and the two nations were poised to go to war again. So in 1861, the British finally signed an alliance with Bahrain, rather than risk the Wahhabis taking the island. They promised to defend the island and recognised that Qatar is dependent on them. The British also recognised that Mohammed bin Thani was the governor of Qatar, but he also had to pay tribute to the Wahhabis, so he was sort of stuck in the middle. These treaties, though, also came with many conditions, like slavery should have come to an end, and now Bahrain was part of the Trucal states. The Wahhabis continued to try to assert their authority in these territories, but were largely unsuccessful. They also tried to demand that Oman fall back under their control. This country, though, had long been an ally of Britain. However, Said bin Sultan had shipped his whole court off to Zanzibar to govern over the colonies. These were of course far richer thanks to the slave trade, but it left Oman proper as a weakening state. Then when Said died in 1856, his sons began to fight one another for control of the empire. The British once again stepped in to mediate. They created 2 states for his 2 sons, one in Oman and one in Zanzibar. Tuwaini bin Said, the new ruler of Oman, should have received tribute from his brother each year, but this often wasn't paid. And even Oman proper was divided within itself. This is because it was technically the Sultanate of Muscat along the coast and Oman in the interior. So the country would never again achieve the same level of power that Said once had, and they would continue to fall under British influence. The British were also expanding into Yemen as well. But I should stress that most of this expansion was not conducted by the British government in London, but rather the governors of India. So there was sort of a situation in which the British had an empire within an empire. Here they had already taken over Aden, but soon found opportunity to expand. In 1839, one of their ships crashed, and before it fell beneath the sea, Arab tribesmen boarded and plundered it. The British captain in the region demanded compensation, but when this failed, he bombarded the town of Aden. The British at this point only had a small strip of land, which was surrounded by the larger Sultanate of Lahej. But after this, they forced the Sultan out of Aden itself, in return for annual payments, and he was also forced to accept British protection. There were attempts to kick the British out later that year, but they were quickly repulsed. 9 tribes around Aden were also forced into concluding similar alliances, putting the British firmly in control of the now booming port city. This greatly worried the Ottomans, who finally decided to return to Yemen. They still technically owned the province, but left years ago, when the Shia Zaidi rose up. These Zaidis had also lost a great deal of power themselves, but they still held on to the city of Sana'a. So to counter the growing British threat, the Ottomans sent troops south in 1849, and began to try to reassert their control. Their attacks on Sana'a were initially driven back, but by 1872 they were able to succeed and create the Yemen Vilayet. The timing here was particularly crucial, as up in Egypt, the Suez Canal was under construction, and Yemen would become a strategic base. In Egypt though, after surrendering control of the Levant, Muhammad Ali continued to rule up until 1848. In his final years he turned Egypt's attention southwards once more, and took over Massawa and Eritrea in 1846. But by this point he was growing ill and senile. Plus his long wars, modernization efforts and empire building had left the country in debt. But many people were too scared to tell him. The country was in fact 80 million francs in debt, and there was no real sign of turning this around initially. His son Ibrahim became regent when it was clear that Muhammad Ali could no longer rule. But he died shortly afterwards, and Muhammad Ali died a couple months later. Abbas I, Muhammad's grandson, and Ibrahim's nephew took over next. He, however, has often been criticised by historians for reversing many of the reforms made by his predecessors. He inherited many huge infrastructure projects like the Delta Barrage. This was supposed to improve irrigation in the country, but construction was pretty disastrous, and the cost of it spiraled to £3 million. So Abbas, hoping just to end construction quickly, allegedly came up with a bold plan. The French engineers that were working on it reported he said, "Those great masses of stones, the pyramids are standing there useless. Why not take the stone from them to do the work?" Otherwise, he was just largely opposed to foreign influence in the country, whether it was investment or trade. So during his rule, many foreigners left and exports reduced drastically. The only real project he allowed was when he contacted Robert Stevenson to construct a railway line from Alexandria to Cairo. The first branch was opened in 1854, so Egypt had trains before the Portuguese, Swedish and Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans, by the way, built their first train line in 1860, running from Izmir to Aden. Abbas did aid the Ottomans in their war with Russia, but largely kept to his palace life and mistreated his slaves. In one story, he nailed hot horseshoes to his horse grooms, and the mistreatment of those in his court actually ended his life, as he was killed by one of his slaves in 1854. He was succeeded by his uncle Said Pasha, in a move welcomed by many foreigners. He had been educated in France and was more welcoming of foreign influence. So while there were only 3,000 foreigners in Egypt during the reign of Abbas, in a couple of decades there were nearly 100,000. He quickly granted land to French businessman Ferdinand de Lesseps to begin construction on the Suez Canal. He used state funds to invest in this project himself, but he also borrowed huge sums of money from French banks. Some of these were as high as £11.9 million with a 9% interest rate. Some of this money was also spent on his own court, which was described as incredibly lavish. And to make matters worse, he lost a great deal of revenue from the slave trade, which the Europeans pressured him to ban. So now Sudan, which had been conquered just to acquire slaves, was more of a burden to the state than a benefit. Somewhat fortunately for Said, though, the American Civil War broke out, and Europeans began to suffer from a cotton famine. British and French investors then began arriving in Egypt, hoping to develop their cotton industry to replace the American one. This, of course, brought in some wealth to the country, and after the war, many Confederate plantation owners were actually welcomed into Egypt as well. Some Confederates, like William Wing Loring, would actually serve in the Egyptian armies in their wars against Ethiopia. But, again, further infrastructure was needed to export the crop, and many more loans were taken out. Internationally, Said was a Francophile, and strangely joined Napoleon III in his invasion of Mexico. Sudanese troops, who Napoleon believed would be better suited to the climate of Mexico, were shipped off, and they generally impressed their French commanders. As one said, "Spirit does not permit them to allow any prisoner to live." Their bravery was amazing. Incredibly, they were not men but lions. Said would die in 1863 and was replaced by Ismail. He was another man that was educated in Paris, and another ruler that would continue getting the country into even more debt. And it was this debt that would eventually see the British move in. Nearby though, Tunisia was also falling into more debt as well. The Husainid dynasty still ruled over the country, and rulers like Ahmad I began to turn more towards Europe. New ministries were created, slavery was abolished, and a military academy was created as well. Also, despite helping the Ottomans in the Crimean War, the French negotiated the end of the payment of tribute to Constantinople. His successor, Muhammad II, granted freedoms to all religious groups. This largely came about because of the Bateau Sefers affair, when, in 1857, a Jewish cart driver knocked over and killed a Muslim boy. He was then executed for blasphemy after allegedly insulting Islam as well. He was beheaded and his head was kicked through the streets, causing once again international outrage. Napoleon III led the charge, sending ships to Tunisia to force Muhammad II to make reforms. The Fundamental Pact was then signed, bringing equality to all religions. It should be said, though, that especially in Tunisia, there was a growing number of intellectuals that advocated for sweeping changes, and some of them, like Mahmoud Kabadou, were Islamic scholars. He would argue that Islam and science were not opposed to one another, and the decline of the Islamic world was because Muslims had ignored the study of the natural world for centuries. Other reformers came from the military, many of which were former Mamluks, or had been students in Europe. These were the early followers of Islamic modernism. They would continue to pop up across the Islamic world, like Sayyid Ahmad Khan in India and Rifa at-Tatawi in Egypt. Muhammad III, the next ruler of Tunisia, filled his government with many of these modernists, and introduced the first constitution in the Arab world in 1861. Muhammad III would then embark on huge construction projects, rejuvenating cities and the likes. The French were also given many concessions, like to construct telegraph lines. And through it all, like with Egypt, the country was falling more and more into debt. French and British banks loaned huge sums of money to these countries with huge interest rates. So to try and balance their budget, the currency was debased, and then the poll tax was doubled. This poll tax beforehand was already high, the equivalent of 45 days of labour on average. And to make matters worse for the poor people, conscription had been introduced. Plus remember that this conscription was into an army which many people didn't really have much affiliation with. Whereas the Europeans had cultivated ideas of nationalism through wars, propaganda and the likes, the Islamic countries were forcing many separatists and Bedouin tribesmen into their armies. And the governments of these countries, like in the case of Tunisia, were filled with foreigners, like former Mamluks, Turks and even Europeans. For instance, the Prime Minister at this point was a man named Mustafa Kaznadar. He was a Greek man that was enslaved during their wars of independence and sold to Tunisia. He would prove to be incredibly unpopular at this time. So once the poll tax was increased, people rebelled around El Kef and proceeded onto towns like Beja and Safax. They found a new leader in Ali Ben Gadahem, who was called the People's Bey, and many of the tribes flocked to join in. They hoped to restore their traditional rights, and in some towns, they shouted "Down with the Mamluks" and "Long live the Ottoman Sultan." For many, therefore, the Sultan was still seen as the ruler of their nation, the Caliph almost. The current rulers of Tunisia were just foreigners, delivering the country into the hands of the Europeans. The rebels also made demands which included the implementation of Sharia, restoration of the slave trade, and no special protection for foreigners. To try and calm the situation, the poll tax was replaced with a more progressive tax. Britain, France and Italy also sent ships to the coast, all to make sure that the other nation didn't exploit the situation. The European nations also began to have talks with the rebels, but couldn't really end the fight. Instead, it was the Ottomans who landed troops in Tunis. They hoped to bring the country back into the fold like they had done with Libya, but the Tunisian government rejected their demands to pay tribute and return under their control once again. So the Ottomans and all the Europeans departed, to leave the Bey to deal with the rebels himself. He recruited a couple thousand Algerians and marched south. Some tribal leaders were bribed to leave the rebellion, others began to fight one another. The Tunisian army then dealt with the rebels particularly brutally. Their leaders were hanged or shot. Some were chained up and marched through the deserts to the capital in order to be tortured. And to make sure the government could actually pay off the debt, rebel areas were expected to pay huge sums of money. This burden was, as always, passed down to the people, who had to sell their property and farms. People's livestock and possessions were also taken back to the capital, and many people who didn't pay up could risk being tortured or having their wives publicly assaulted. People decided to cut down their olive and date trees or destroy their farms, because not having anything was better than working in order to hand everything over. All of this helped cause a famine, and the people also suffered from an outbreak of plague and typhoid as well. Many turned to cannibalism, banditry was commonplace, whole towns were left largely abandoned, and provinces were left producing nothing. So, in the end, the country fell further into debt. There would be another rebellion in 1867, but again, many were killed, including high-ranking officials Muhammad just didn't trust. And at the end of all this, it would be the Tunisian debt that would eventually see the French arrive in the country. Meanwhile, on either side of Tunisia, the Ottomans and French struggled with rebels of their own. In Libya, which the Ottomans had just taken over again, they had to contend with the Senussi order in the south, while in Algeria, the French only held on to coastal towns. In the interior, the rebels had created the Emirate of Abd el-Qadir, which halted French expansion further south by 1837. Abd el-Qadir had consolidated his power and built up an army by recruiting local tribes under his control. He also created a pretty effective administration in the desert region, and many have praised him for being chivalrous when dealing with captured enemies. But the French then broke the peace agreement and sent General Bugeaud to lead the advance. He declared, "I will enter into your mountains, I will burn down your villages and your harvests, I will cut down your fruit trees." So, as you would expect, the following campaigns were brutal. While the Algerians launched guerrilla attacks on French columns, the French would employ scorched earth tactics, burning down villages and farms, driving people deep into the desert. Even Abd el-Qadir was forced to move into Morocco to continue the fight. Sultan Abd al-Rahman had long supported his fellow Muslims against the French, providing them with weapons and refuge. So, in 1844, the French struck at the Moroccans on land at the Battle of Isly and bombarded Tangier and Mogador from the sea. This Franco-Moroccan war was remarkably quick. The Moroccans were forced to accept French control over Algeria, demarcate their border, and stop funding the Algerians. Abd el-Qadir was still able to achieve some victories, like at Sidi Barrim in 1845. But now, even within Morocco, he was an outlaw. Abd al-Rahman sent assassins to try and kill him, and an army to attack his base at Oued Aslaf in 1847. Unable to constantly fight in Morocco and Algeria, he made peace. The emirate was destroyed, and Abd el-Qadir left for the Levant, where he would open his doors to Christians during the Damascus riots. The French continued on their march south very slowly. Like in 1852, they took over the town of Lagoat and massacred much of the population. In fact, this siege was one of the first times where chemical weapons were used on a civilian population. Even Alexis de Tocqueville reported, "We are far more barbaric than the Arabs themselves. These days, they represent civilization." However, pinning down the number of dead during all of these wars is incredibly difficult. But in some cases, the French did wipe out entire tribes. Like the Ouladria tribe fled into the Dara Mountains in 1845. There they hid in caves, hoping the French would pass by. But General Pélissier decided to smoke them out, and hundreds of people died of asphyxiation inside the caves. One hero of Algerian resistance I should mention is Lala Fatman Unsouma. She was born in Kabylie lands, which is along the coast, but up in the mountains, where the French couldn't get her. She led many of the Kabylie tribesmen in battle against the French from 1849 until she was captured in 1857. Or there was the tribe Oulad Sidi Shaikh. They initially worked alongside the French, but then rebelled around Oran. They did this to largely stop the work of the Arab Bureau, which would put Frenchmen among the tribes under the veil of civilizing them. But really, they just acted as spies and tried to undermine their autonomy. By the 1880s, Sheikh Bouamama led the tribe in resistance as they were driven south. In 1881, they worked alongside the Tuaregs to attack the Flatters expedition, which tried to find a route for the Trans-Saharan Railroad. But in the end, Sheikh Bouamama was forced into exile as well. The entire process of pacifying all of Algeria would take a couple more decades. But the French were now firmly in control of Algeria. Across the border, over in Morocco, many began to see Abd al-Rahman as a weak leader, capitulating to the Europeans. Some tribes even rose up in 1844, while others, far out of control of the central government, launched raids across the border. Then, in 1851, a French ship docked in Salé. Here, the locals plundered the ship, and the French wanted compensation. The Moroccans gave them nothing though, so the French once again bombarded a Moroccan port city. As the country began to weaken and break down, many groups began to act independently. Like in the north, the Riffians would be involved in a number of clashes with the Europeans. They are a group of Berbers who began to engage in some piracy. Like in 1852, they fired at a Prussian ship, and the Prussians returned in 1856 to try and seek revenge. They engaged the Riffians at the Battle of Tres-Forcasse, but withdrew, having not really gained a victory. The Riffians also began attacking the Spanish colonies in the north, almost on an annual basis in the 1840s. The Spanish demanded a strip of land almost as a buffer to stop the raids, and also compensation. But the new Sultan of Morocco, Mohammed IV, refused. He was actually more of a reformer than his predecessors, especially when it came to the army, as he sent troops to train abroad. But they could do nothing to stop the Spanish. Tangier was once again bombarded, and over 30,000 Spaniards marched south on land. After losing a couple of battles, Muhammad made peace, giving the Spanish little bits of land in the north, and a colony in the south, which would eventually transform into Western Sahara. But more importantly, he was forced to pay war indemnities to the Spanish. This was the equivalent of 20 times their annual budget, so they would cripple the country. The British stepped in to give them a loan, and they had already signed a treaty with Morocco in 1856, opening the country up to trade. But now the Moroccans would have to hand over half of their income on tariffs to British banks. This would continue for a very long time, as the loan would only be paid back in the 1880s. Yet there was really no other option for the Moroccans. So despite Mohammed IV's reforms, this loss to Spain almost made Morocco a completely feudal nation. To collect taxes to pay off the loans, he sent qaids out into the tribes. These men were usually noted for their ability to brutalize people and crush rebellions. But in reality, the qaids began to act as independent rulers, as many of the tribes did. So the Europeans were on the advance in the Middle East. But this would be more noticeable further east, where the Russians had finally taken control of the Caucasus. But from very early on they began to slaughter the people and torch their villages. As General Yermolov wrote, "We need the Circassian lands, but we don't have any need for the Circassians themselves." Other commanders like Gregory Zas considered the Circassians to be a lower race, and he would just randomly kill any he found. Some were burned alive for fun, and Zas allegedly kept their body parts under his bed. These campaigns against the Circassians intensified in the 1860s, when Alexander II was Tsar. He endorsed the idea of ethnic cleansing in the Caucasus in order to create a Russian settler colony. The order was then given to deport the Circassians to the Ottoman Empire, but on the ground, massacres still took place. The Circassians appealed to the Ottomans and the British for help, and both promised to recognize the Circassian state should it be created. However, this just encouraged the Russians to move in quickly, and no help came to the Circassians. Reports indicate that mountains would be littered with corpses, being eaten by wild dogs, and rivers flowed red with blood. To even pay for the trip across the sea, some sold themselves into slavery. Many of the ships were overloaded and capsized. Turkish captains brutalized the passengers, and diseases spread. Then, on arrival, the refugees had very little support. The Ottoman government then decided to send many of them into the mountainous regions of Anatolia to work in difficult jobs. One of the leaders of the resistance in the Caucasus was Imam Shamil. Well, one of his sons wrote, "The Turks triggered the resettlement by their proclamations, probably hoping to use refugees for military ends. But after facing the avalanche of refugees, they turned turtle and shamefully condemned to slow death those people who were ready to die for Turkey's glory." So those that did survive were sent into the mountains of Anatolia, or even the Middle East, where they would create the city of Amman in the 1880s. But many others were also used as a political tool. They were sent to Christian areas, where the Ottomans hoped that they would be a counter to the growing independence movements. In total, 250,000 were sent to the Balkans, where they would make up over 5% of the population. But they weren't the only recent arrivals from Russia, as there were a growing number of Crimean Tatars fleeing the empire and arriving in Ottoman lands as well. 100,000 of them were also sent to the Balkans. The strain these new arrivals placed on the regions could be one of the causes of the wave of independence wars there, and, tragically, many would also have to face the Russians again in the 1877 war. The Russians also continued expanding into Central Asia with their Kievan campaign, striking deep into modern-day Uzbekistan. They had long had their eye on the region, hoping to gain more lands and to stop slave raids. After all, many Russians living on the frontier and even fishermen on the Caspian Sea were still being enslaved and sold in Kievan markets, alongside many Persians. So the Russians moved on Khiva, but it was a disaster. The Central Asian steppe produced very little food at the best of times, and the Russians attacked in the winter of 1839, a remarkably harsh one. Over 1,000 camels and hundreds of Russian men died en route, forcing them to retreat. They would come back to the region just a couple decades later, but this expedition encouraged the British to strengthen their northern border even more and create a puppet in Afghanistan. Here, Dost Muhammad Khan had been consolidating his power and entered into the international game of diplomacy. But he still relied on a feudal system to build an army, and much of the country, including Herat and Kandahar, lay outside of his control. Nevertheless, Lord Auckland in India was determined to create a permanent ally out of the country. So he formed the Army of the Indus and planned on invading to put the deposed Durrani king, Shuja Shah, on the throne. Over 20,000 men marched through Quetta into Kandahar, and then, in July 1839, they took Ghazni. But Shuja was already a cruel leader, chopping off the body parts of his servants, and when he was presented with captured men, he had them executed brutally, angering both the British and many of the locals. Nevertheless, this army then entered Kabul unopposed, and Shuja was placed on the throne, where he continued to execute and torture. Dost Muhammad fled to Bukhara, but he had annexed their lands just a few years before, so he was imprisoned. He still refused to surrender though and escaped, while many of his governors continued to resist, like Mir Wali of Kulum. Most of their armies were defeated though, so Dost Muhammad surrendered in 1840. But the reason behind his surrender is disputed. Some say he believed British success was inevitable, others say he wanted to save his family who were in British custody. Then there was also the threat of Herat joining the British, or more likely, he suspected his allies were about to betray him. Whatever the case may be, he accepted exile in India. Some British troops stayed in Kabul to defend Shuja, but the officers began to make themselves very unpopular by building lavish homes and the likes. Meanwhile, over in the west, Britain and Russia began to enter talks concerning the events in Egypt. They also brought up Afghanistan though, hoping to make their spheres of influence official. Although many Brits accepted this, Palmerston believed that the Great Game should continue, as Britain had more money to bribe and influence local rulers than Russia did. And the Great Game also kept Russian troops occupied in the east, far away from Europe. In general though, holding on to Afghanistan seemed more and more unnecessary now, as tensions had cooled. Many Afghans also continued to join in the resistance, some out of anger, others more to do with money. This is because on the way the British had paid for the loyalty of some tribes, like the Ghazis, but they began to reduce those subsidies, prompting many to join the resistance. And Shuja continued to be so unpopular that many of his own ministers began to defect. In late 1841, tensions grew worse because a slave girl that belonged to a Pashtun fled to the home of Alexander Burns, a man who had been in Afghanistan for a while. The locals then discovered that he had slept with the girl, so angry tribal leaders held a secret meeting and called for jihad. They found a leader in Akbar Khan, Dost Muhammad's son, and began to riot. Burns was killed while the British soldiers did nothing, allegedly not wanting to escalate the situation. Shuja tried to quell the rebellion himself, but his soldiers were crushed in battle. Many more Brits were killed, including those that went to go meet with Akbar to discuss peace. Therefore, General Elphinstone had, through his own incompetence, long lost control of the situation, and he agreed to leave Afghanistan in early 1842. He asked for safe passage for his thousands of men and they marched back home. But their supplies were stolen, and they endured numerous ambushes. Elphinstone then made another disastrous mistake. He handed over British women to Akbar in return for those same supplies that had been stolen. But these women were just taken, and there were even more ambushes. Only a few people were taken as prisoners, with the rest, excluding a couple people, were killed in the mountains. And I should add, the British had tried to create a national army for Afghanistan for the first time. They joined the British on their retreat, but deserted. However, when they got back to Kabul, they were mutilated and left on the streets in poverty. As for Shuja Shah, he locked himself away in a fortress known as Bala Hissar, where he believed the rebels couldn't get him, but he was just assassinated inside its walls. There had also been other British forces in Afghanistan, like in Jalalabad and Kandahar. They were ordered to retreat, but they found bodies littering the mountains on their way back, and they wanted revenge. So in 1842 the Kabul expedition set off, and the British began torching villages en route to the capital. They once again took Kabul pretty quickly and destroyed the main bazaar in the city. However, once this was done, they soon retreated, as this was a campaign of revenge. Once the British were out of the country, Dost Muhammad was brought back in, and quickly he wanted to consolidate his power once more. So he launched the Hazara Jat campaign in 1843, bringing Bamiyan Bashud and many Hazara tribes under his control. This freed him up to take Mazar-e-Sharif from Bukhara just a few years later. Dost Muhammad was also pretty lucky, as his longtime enemy, the Sikh Empire, was defeated by the British in 1849 and brought into British India. This obviously put Britain on his borders, but it did stop the frequent Sikh invasions. And also, fortunately for Dost Muhammad, troubles in other provinces allowed him to expand even more. Like in Herat, Kamran Shah, another Durrani prince, was deposed and murdered by his vizier, Yar Muhammad Khan. He belonged to the Alakozai tribe, and he spent much of his reign trying to expand his domains, attacking the Hazaras and launching campaigns in Maimana, Akcha and Chahar. Meanwhile in Kandahar, a different branch of Dost Muhammad's Baraksai tribe ruled. As Baraksai, they were related to Dost Muhammad, but had asserted their independence. And they, like Yar Muhammad Khan, began seeking the support from Persia, who themselves wanted to expand into their old territories. In 1851, Kandahar struck first and sent troops into disputed lands. As they looked poised to strike at Herat itself, Yar Muhammad sent troops into disputed lands as well, but he died shortly afterwards. Strangely though, he died by eating a bad bowl of cucumbers and milk. His son Saeed Muhammad Khan took over just as the Kandahar armies invaded. But then, the Persians stepped in on behalf of Herat. They defeated Kandahar and occupied Herat for a few months. Saeed was still determined to root out any rivals within the city, so began to purge some of the most influential tribesmen in some pretty barbaric ways. Like one was beaten with sticks until his belly burst, and another had a crown of dough and boiling oil put on his head. But he was still largely under the control of Persia. Meanwhile, Dost Muhammad began to clash with Kohan Dil Khan of Kandahar. Although Kohan had managed to keep power, he died in 1855, and, as per usual, a succession war erupted. In 1855, as the city fell into anarchy, Dost Muhammad sent an army south to capture it, finally taking over the principality. In Herat, Saeed also took advantage of it by marching into Farah. But back home, he had lost his mind. As he executed more people in a state of madness, people revolted. He agreed to surrender in exchange for his life, but he was still executed. The rebels had turned to Muhammad Yusuf Zaruzai to lead the conspiracy, and as he was from the Zaruzai tribe, he was a Durrani noble. The Persians though quickly responded by invading in 1856, and Muhammad Yusuf, desperate for help, declared himself to be a British vassal and hoisted the Union Jack. However, he was betrayed and handed over to the Persians, who laid siege to the city. As many groups fought for power inside the walls, the Shia Hazara made plans to open the gates to the Persians. Isa Khan, who took power in the end, found out about the plan and massacred them. Nevertheless, the Persians were able to breach the walls and enter, and they executed the new Shah. However, this assault on the city angered the British. They argued that the Persians had violated past treaties and gave them a cause for war. The British sailed their navy straight into the Persian Gulf and landed at Bushire and took the city without a fight. But the Shah still refused to surrender, so the British set sail again, this time to Mohamira, where they once again found the Persians retreating without a fight. The Shah therefore was forced to surrender and signed the Treaty of Paris in 1857. But had the Persians held out for a little longer, they could have actually had some success, as the Sepoy Mutiny in India would break out later that year. But Persia agreed to leave Herat and put Muhammad Yusuf back on the throne. However, Muhammad Yusuf was handed over to his enemies in Herat and executed. This is because the Persians still had other plans, as a nephew of Dost Muhammad had come to them asking for help. His name was Sultan Ahmad Khan, and he wanted to take over Afghanistan on Persia's behalf. And despite many plots, he actually held on to power in Herat for quite a while. However, he was still largely surrounded by Dost Muhammad, as during the Anglo-Persian Wars, he moved into Farah. Well, in 1862, the new Persian puppet of Herat tried to move into Farah himself. But Dost Muhammad responded by attacking Herat and finally united Afghanistan. There would be some places outside of his control, like the Maimana Khanate, but this would fall in 1875 when Sher Ali Khan was ruler. He then massacred most of the population, devastating a once powerful trading city. But just to go back a bit in time to that Sepoy Mutiny and the end of the Mughal Empire. Their emperor had long lived in a palace in Delhi, controlling nothing of note. But in the 1850s, Indian soldiers mutinied. They were angry about a lot of things. Some say it was because the British were making them bite cartridge papers covered in pork and cow fat, but this was just a rumour. The true rulers of the rebellion are far more complicated. Some Hindus, for instance, were angry that the colonizers were allowing people from outside the warrior caste to join their army. Others didn't like being sent on overseas expeditions to places like Arabia, and of course missionary work and British rule angered many more. So they mutinied and the rebellion quickly spread. They declared the Mughal Emperor Bahadur Shah as the ruler of India, as they captured important cities like Delhi. Luckily for the East India Company though, they still had many allies, like the Sikhs and the Gurkhas, who helped them reassert control. And also, some Islamic scholars also rejected calling for jihad against the British, like Sayyid Nazir Hussain. He, like many others, didn't really believe that British India was an abode of war or Dar el-Harb, as the Muslims were given freedom of religion. As the mutineers began to massacre the British population, the East India Company responded brutally by massacring civilians in recaptured towns. Many were bayoneted on the spot, many women were subject to all sorts of abuse, and captured rebels were executed by being tied to a cannon and blown up, a punishment that had been used by the Mughals, Shuja Shah and others. It's estimated that 150,000 were killed during the entire rebellion, most of which were civilians. But the rebellion made it clear that the East India Company was now incapable of ruling over such a large territory, especially given the atrocities they committed to maintain order. So the British government took over their lands. The new British Raj, though, largely kept their influence over the territories in Arabia, so much so that the Indian rupee would become the currency of many of the Arab states.
In the middle of the 19th century, the Ottoman Tanzimat reforms were transforming the empire into a modern state, and finally a somewhat centralized one. Although many Bedouin and ethnic groups remained outside of their control, they finally exercised some form of control over major cities like Damascus and Baghdad. But it would all soon come crashing down. For starters, they were taking out huge loans that they could not pay back. Their debt actually totaled around 10% of their income, and there was a lot of interest to be paid on these as well. Then, externally, there would be a disastrous war with Russia which tore up the country, and pushed the Ottoman Empire back towards conservatism. Nevertheless, in the 1860s they were still on the up. In fact, they were doing so well that they looked to expand their empire once again. Like they found an ally in Arabia, the Jabal Shammar Emirate. These were more liberal than their rivals the Wahhabis, and were more welcoming of Ottoman aid in the region. They were also fortunate as, in 1865, the ruler of the Saudi state, Faisal bin Turki, died. Then, as per usual, a succession war erupted. Abdullah bin Faisal first took over, but he had to fight against his brother, Saud bin Faisal. Abdullah tried to gain protection from the British and the Ottomans. The Ottomans agreed to help, but they took over Al-Hassa in 1871. This Saudi civil war continued though, weakening the state in general. And in 1891, Jabal Shammar would move into Riyadh and exile the entire Saudi royal family. Plus, fortunately for the Ottomans, there had also been other shifts in power in Arabia. Like Kuwait had long been an independent state growing rich from trade with the British. But in 1866, Abdullah II al-Sabah became ruler,
and he decided to shift the entire country's foreign policy completely. So, rather than trading with Britain, he more or less swore allegiance to the Ottomans. Then further south, Bahrain had, just a few years earlier, been recognized as the overlords of Qatar. But the ruling family in Qatar, the Al Thani, began to assert their own power. Clashes began to intensify until, in 1867, the Sheikh of Bahrain, Mohammed Al Khalifa, formed an alliance with Abu Dhabi and attacked. During this attack, they all but destroyed Doha. So the Qataris turned to the British, who disapproved of Bahrain's actions. They agreed to recognize the Al Thanis as the rulers of a virtually independent and united Qatar in 1868. The British would then help the sheikhs of these nations remain in power. Like in 1895, there would be a rebellion against Sheikh Isa bin Ali in Bahrain, but the British helped to subdue them. Also, in the far south of Arabia, most of modern-day Yemen was still divided between a number of small states. The British did begin making some connections with these states like Mara, when, back in 1834, they agreed that British ships could dock in their ports, but they refused to sell any of their lands. And in 1866, they agreed not to deal with other foreign powers, once again in exchange for money. So they could, in theory, be considered to be under British protection at this point. A new power had also emerged though, the Ghaiti Sultanate. This, however, had unexpected origins, as over in India, in Hyderabad, there had long been a community of South Arabians, known as the Hadramis. These either came as merchants or mercenaries and began to establish trading links across the Indian Ocean, and they grew in wealth. The Ghaiti family had migrated to India in the early 19th century, and Umar bin Awad married an Indian heiress, rose through the ranks, and passed on a considerable fortune to his children. One of his sons, Salah bin Umar in particular, began to use this fortune to build his own state, and had negotiated for the purchase of Bir Ali in Wahidi country. But they weren't the only ones. The Qatari Sultanate, which had long ruled in the region, began sending their family members to India as well to make some money. Some of these would go even further and create communities in Java, hoping to exploit the lucrative opportunities there. They would then send this money home, along with experienced soldiers. However, in the 1860s, the Ghaiti newcomers began to expand, and the two sultanates would continue to fight for decades. British-mediated peace treaties were often broken. Yet, in 1888, the British did manage to sign a protection treaty with Ghaiti, but really, their power in this region was limited. To the north, the Ottomans had also been trying to capture Sana'a from the Shia Zaidi for years, and they were finally able to do so in 1872. From here, they also looked to expand into the small states around Aden, like Haushabi. Back in 1839, the Haushabi had also signed a treaty of friendship with the British. However, the politics here changed quickly. They united with other tribal groups in Fardli and Yafai and attacked the British. In the 1860s, Sultan Ali bin Mana then cut off the water supplies to Lahej, a protectorate of Britain, and yet another small war ensued. Other states included the Fardli Sultanate, which signed a treaty with the British in the 1830s, but they also provided sanctuary to many Yemeni people who had killed British merchants. They'd then take money for peace, but break it shortly afterwards. Like in the 1860s when they plundered caravans outside of Aden, the British would retaliate and, once again, force or pay them to submit. In 1883, the British would actually help them in a war against Olokai, and they finally ended full British protection in 1891. And these were just some of the many states that made up modern-day Yemen. Yet, I'd hesitate to say that they were truly under British protection at this point, regardless of the treaties. But going back to the lands that the Ottomans did conquer, where they implemented what many have called borrowed colonialism. This is a disputed term, but to simplify it, it's the idea that the Ottomans emulated the Europeans to some degree. They continued their policy of turning nomads into farmers, whether through threats or rewards. And many in the capital began to look at the various elements of their empire as savage, in need of forcibly embracing civilization. This was therefore the Ottomans' version of the white man's burden. So, in Yemen, the foreign Turkish rulers brought with them foreign ideas, foreign laws, and a great deal more. So others call this colonialism without colonies. But given the lack of infrastructure in the empire, Yemen was as foreign to the people in Istanbul as India was to the British. And they even began to conduct business like the Europeans. For instance, in Yemen, the Sultanate of Lahej refused to sell concessions to the Ottoman Tobacco Company to begin production in their lands. So the Ottomans responded in 1900 by supporting the Humar people in building a fort on the roads to Lahej. This, however, was on the borders of the Haushabi, a fight ensued, and more tribes turned to the British for assistance. Again, though, this is a disputed idea. But it's a simple way of thinking about this period. The reforming rulers of the Ottomans were trying to turn the multicultural population into a nation with farms, no raids, and a proper infrastructure. In many places, though, people began to fight back. Like it said that in Iraq, this period saw more division between the Islamic sects, as those who rejected the colonial efforts turned more towards Shia Islam, especially among the Al-Muntafiq in the south. And this whole period was somewhat successful. But as the country began to centralize, the next argument was over how best to govern over the state. Like in 1865 in a forest outside of Istanbul, a group known as the Young Ottomans was created. The few hundred members of this group believed that the reforms didn't go far enough and advocated for a constitution in line with the European nations. This is simplifying their ideas somewhat, as some within the group wanted Islam to continue having influence on the nation, while others, in their paper Hurriyet, were far more radical. Most of the leaders were exiled, but they still had some prominent supporters, like Mustafa Fazil Pasha, an Egyptian prince. Meanwhile, foreign ideas began arriving in the empire. Like in the early 19th century, Turkic people within the Russian Empire began to call for rapid modernization. These were the Jadids, who also advocated for women's rights, the use of European sciences, and a lot more. They of course also wanted freedom from Russia, and to end this, a new idea of pan-Turkism began to emerge. This was the idea that the Turanians should unite, but who the Turanians are is still open for debate. This idea was largely spread in the Ottoman Empire by a Hungarian known as Armin Vamba, but the idea also had supporters in Finland as well. So, in short, it was a collection of people who belonged to the same language family. But some writers would include Japan in this group, and others would include the Native Americans as well. Zia Gökalp in the early 20th century would write a book called The Principles of Turkism, expanding on these ideas. However, some believe that he was actually a Kurdish man, but strangely, he argued, "I learned through my sociological studies that nationality is based solely on upbringing." So, in his eyes, Anatolia should and could become a solely Turkic region. This, however, was at odds with the pan-Islamic ideas. This had been supported by more conservative thinkers like Al-Wahhab and even Usman Dan Fodio in Nigeria. Their idea of pan-Islamism therefore focused more on returning to a glorious past. But there were some modernists as well who believed in this idea. The most important was Jamal al-Din al-Afghani. He travelled extensively throughout the Islamic world, gaining audiences with rulers from Kabul to Istanbul, and he argued that modernization was needed to fight against European colonialism. One of his students, though, Rashid Rida, would go completely the other way. He began to believe that unity would only be possible with the restoration of the caliphate and implementation of strict Sharia law. So, within every movement, there were further disagreements. Outside of the capital, there was also the beginning of pan-Arabism. However, most of the early proponents of this concept were Christians. Men like Georgi Zaidan, Francis Marash, and Ibrahim al-Yazigi, who called for Arabs to recover their lost ancient vitality and throw off the yoke of the Turks. But their secret societies received no great support. Another early Christian proponent was Naguib Azori, who believed that the new state should stretch from the Euphrates to the Suez, but stop there. As, in his words, the Egyptians do not belong to the Arab race. They are of the African Berber family. There would later be some Muslim advocates as well, like Abd al-Rahman al-Kawakibi. He believed that Mecca should be turned into the capital of a new unified state, and only Arabs could lead it. But the movement never really kicked off. Like the Young Arab Society, which was formed just before World War I, only had a few members. Even later leaders of the pan-Arab movement, like Hussein ibn Ali, showed no real desire to unify the Arab world before World War I. Many of the people within this region were more concerned with protecting their own local autonomy. There were also other ideas taking hold, like Ottomanism. This was the idea that many religions and ethnicities could be unified into a state, where they all enjoyed equality. Although this was sort of the main idea of the empire for centuries, it was unlikely to be accepted by many. The ideas of pan-Islamism and pan-Turkism especially seemed to have captured the imagination of many within the capital. So it was during this time that Ottoman support for rebellions began to increase across the world. Like over in Western China, Muslims launched the Dungan Revolt in 1862. The Ottomans sent aid to the rebels and recognized the creation of a new Islamic state known as Kashgaria. But their weaknesses were still pretty obvious. Like in Indonesia, the people of Aceh rose up and asked the Ottomans to help them in a war against the Dutch. But no Ottoman help came. And at the end of the century, the Americans were fighting against the Muslim Moros in the Philippines. But the Americans just asked the Ottomans to tell the rebels to accept American rule, and the Ottomans obliged. While back in the capital, reformers were still in control of the government, like Mehmed Fuad Pasha. He, as a liberal, was particularly keen on keeping Britain as an ally. And, in his words, we should relinquish several of our provinces rather than see England abandon us. Obviously, this attitude, though, wasn't liked by many, and the power of these reformers were limited anyway. Like Mehmed Fuad died in 1869, and his ally Mehmed Emin Ali Pasha died 2 years later. More conservative viziers would take over next, while the Sultan at this time was Abdul Aziz. He was a bit of a Francophile, and in 1867 he became the first Ottoman Sultan to visit Western Europe, meeting the likes of Napoleon III. So much of the reforms made during his time in charge were modelled on the French system, like with their public education. The French were soon crushed by the Prussians in 1870, and across the world, people began to see this once powerful empire as incredibly weak. Like over in Japan, they decided to base their constitution on the Prussian model instead. While, as for the Ottomans, they realized the weak French couldn't defend them against foreign threats, so they began to look at appeasing the Russians or forming an alliance with the new German Empire. This defeat also actually inspired people in Algeria to rise up in 1871, as part of the Mokrani Revolt. Tensions here had been growing worse for a while, but not just between the colonizers and the Algerians, but also between the French settlers and military rulers. Civilian rulers began to replace the military rulers in many of the cities, and they granted citizenship to Algerian Jews. But the real revolt began when the French tried to send Spahi cavalrymen back to France to fight against the Prussians. They mutinied, and Mokrani, believing France was now a weakened country, led over 250 tribes in rebellion. The rebellion was subdued pretty quickly, and many rebels were deported to labour camps in New Caledonia. There they joined many members of the Paris Commune that rose up when the Prussians were besieging Paris. As for the French, though, their defeat in this war would lead them to seek prestigious victories elsewhere, and they'd begin taking over colonies in the Islamic world. But the Ottomans were also suffering disasters of their own. On the surface at this time, the empire was looking strong, like they had the third largest navy in the world in 1875. But this was all built on loans, and in 1873 a drought struck Anatolia, crippling much of their industry, while internationally, the Panic of '73 affected worldwide markets. In fact, much like what happened during the depressions of the 1930s, many leaders became more isolationist. Free trade, loans and investment around the world had helped cause the Long Depression, so leaders like Bismarck in Germany, for instance, nationalized the railway lines. Plus, with weakened economies around the world, trade began to drop. The Ottomans therefore had to default on their debts. The Europeans at this time obviously wanted their money back, so later on, the Ottoman Public Debt Administration would be created. This was a huge organization with representatives from across Europe, all collecting taxes and sending them to the creditors. Plus, then, the more immediate crises began as soon as they defaulted in 1875. They looked to raise revenue by raising taxes, but as per usual, this just started rebellions in the Balkans. Many would rise up in Albania and Herzegovina, however, Bulgaria would be the most important. The Bashi Bazouk was sent in to deal with the rebels, but these irregular forces were notoriously cruel, and in Bulgaria, they would commit a number of atrocities. One British eyewitness reported, "The number of children killed in these massacres is something enormous. They were often spitted on bayonets." So once again, Ottoman atrocities turned European support against them. This actually had been happening for a while. Like in 1866, the people of Crete rebelled, and the Ottomans blew up a monastery and the people hiding within it. So the British began to pull away from the Ottomans entirely. Like Gladstone said, The Turks are not the mild Mohammedans of India, nor the chivalrous Saladins of Syria, nor the cultured Moors of Spain. They were, upon the whole, the one great anti-human specimen of humanity. While, to the north, the Russians found new allies in Germany and Austria as part of the League of Three Emperors. This left the Ottomans completely isolated, and within the capital, people began to riot. The leader of the young Ottomans had already been establishing links with high-up people, one of which was Murad, the nephew of Abdulaziz. He, by the way, actually joined the Freemasons as well. Other prominent people included Midhat Pasha and Hussein Avni Pasha, who had been dismissed as Grand Viziers for opposing the economic policies of the Sultan. They removed Abdulaziz in a coup in 1876 and put Murad on the throne. But it became very clear early on that he was not of sound mind. So they got rid of him in a couple of months and made his brother Abdul Hamid II Sultan. Together with the young Ottomans, he introduced a constitution. This should have, in theory, quelled the rebellions and gained support from the Western powers. However, many Ottomans were angry as it went against Sharia law, while many abroad saw it as the last attempt to save a dying empire. By this point, the troubles in the Balkans had intensified, as Serbia, Montenegro and other nations went to war with the Turks as well. The European leaders met in Constantinople later that year and tried to make sweeping changes to the empire, including the creation of autonomous states in the Balkans. This was rejected, so in 1877, the Russians moved south once again. They had the support of many people in the region, so as they passed through Romania, the people there declared their independence, and in less than a year they were once again pushing on the Ottoman capital. The Russians, though, committed their own atrocities on the way. Like at Manly, they massacred thousands of Muslim refugees, and many Circassians who had fled genocide in Russia were caught up in the massacre as well. Yet this quick advance worried the British so much that they sent their fleet to defend Constantinople and demand the Russians make peace. Russian troops were by this point at San Stefano, just a few kilometers away from the city, and there the great powers met to determine what should happen next. The Ottomans were forced to give away a lot of land to newly independent nations. They also agreed to create a large Bulgarian principality, but many didn't really like this, as it was simply too large. For instance, the Greeks didn't want them to take Macedonia, and the great powers were worried by Russia creating a large pan-Slavic bloc. So Bismarck of Germany hosted the Congress of Berlin in June. This time the Ottomans found an ally at the conference in Britain by handing over Cyprus to them. This put Britain in a prime position in the Mediterranean, able to control much of the traffic in the Suez. Yet still it was agreed that the Austrians were allowed to occupy Bosnia, and they would eventually annex this territory in the early 20th century. Otherwise, the Principality of Bulgaria was divided up. This would be quickly reversed though, as in 1885 they would unify and eventually declare their independence later on. But in general, nobody was really happy with the treaty, and the new borders would be challenged pretty much by every country. In the aftermath of this war, Abdul Hamid began to withdraw into his palace, and, citing social unrest, dismissed parliament. This ended the first incredibly short constitutional period. In his palace he began to shift towards conservatism, and almost became paranoid about threats to his rule and his country. Like he created a secret police known as the Umma-ul-Hafiya. They would spread propaganda, discover threats, and report directly to the Sultan. While across the Middle East, the war demonstrated just how weak the empire was, and many terms included in the treaty angered a lot of people. Like over in Kurdish lands, people were angered by the rights given to Christian Assyrians and Armenians, so the uprising of Sheikh Ubaydullah broke out. He, however, was a somewhat complicated character, because he wasn't necessarily angry with the Christians, and issued a fatwa against harming any of them. In his words, the Sultan has supported the Kurds in every way. It is done because of the desire to counter its Christian elements in Anatolia, and if the Armenians are eliminated here, the Kurds will lose their importance for the Turkish government. But more importantly, he was a crucial figure in the beginning of Kurdish nationalism. Ever since the Tanzimat reforms eliminated the Kurdish principalities, the region was in a bit of chaos. Some tribal leaders tried to assert the Ottomans sent troops in, and lawlessness began to take hold in the countryside. Ubaydullah, however, looked beyond tribal differences and said, "The Kurdish nation, consisting of more than 500,000 families, is a people apart. Their religion is different, and their laws and customs distinct. We are also a nation apart." So there was a national revival going on among the Kurds, and also the Armenians. Both groups had long had a strained relationship, but this was the beginning of some degree of cooperation. For instance, an Armenian man known as Art Sruni celebrated the uprising, saying, "The Armenian, Assyrian and Kurdish populations of Armenia finally are beginning to understand that they are the inhabitants of Armenia, with the same interests, that the oppression of Turkey equally troubles them all." So many new Armenian groups like the Hunchak called for cooperation with the Kurds, while Ubaydullah often praised many of the Assyrian Christians. However, it was all short-lived, as the Sheikh couldn't count on the loyalty of many of his tribal leaders. So he made peace with the Ottomans and crossed into Persia. There, strangely with Ottoman weapons and support, he led tens of thousands of Kurds in another rebellion. The Persians would soon counter and drive him back into Ottoman lands, where he'd be imprisoned and exiled, and Kurdish-Armenian relations wouldn't really mend for some time. Otherwise, as the Ottoman Empire was failing, many troops were called to the Balkans to fight against the Russians. This meant most of their centralization efforts in the provinces had been reversed. One area the Sultan highlighted straight away was the issue of Armenian lands in the east. The people here had been caught up in a number of conflicts and suffered attacks from the Kurds and Circassians. So when they had their national awakening, they even created their own constitution back in 1876. Plus they also sent Mikhatic Crimean to meet with the great powers at the Berlin Congress. The Sultan therefore began to believe that the Armenians were almost an extension of foreign Christian threats that, in his words, could get at our most vital places and tear out our very guts. And he was in fact true that they did have a great deal of support from major powers. The Russians after all wanted to protect their fellow Christians, who reported to the Tsar that the Turks were raiding their lands and forcing them to convert. While in Britain, Gladstone said, "To serve Armenia is to serve civilization." The Ottoman government, however, was too weak to really do anything about it though. The Sultan couldn't even stop the local Kurdish bandits from raiding Armenian villages. So instead, he just created the Hamidian regiments, which would include Turkmens, Kurds, Arabs, Circassians, and all sorts of ethnicities. But this was just an irregular force that was largely given the freedom to do whatever they liked. The Armenians formed their own groups like the Hunchak, aimed at promoting their cause and defending their lands. And skipping ahead of time a bit, in 1894 in Samsun, the Armenians rebelled. There they were, however, brutally crushed, and Gladstone gave Abdul Hamid the nickname the Red Sultan for his actions. As the killings continued and no help came, some Armenian militants seized the Ottoman Bank to bring attention to their plight, but this just resulted in more massacres in the capital. One American in Erzurum reported, "Many were fearfully mangled and mutilated. One I saw whose whole chest had been skinned, his forearms were cut off, while the upper arm was skinned of flesh." While in Urfa, an Armenian cathedral was burned, killing 3,000 people inside. These massacres continued for a couple of years, often at the hands of irregular militias, leaving anywhere between 80,000 and 300,000 dead. Hundreds of thousands were left homeless, women were forcibly married off, many were forced to convert, and hundreds of villages were torched. Abdul Hamid believed this solved the Armenian question, but, of course, more killing was to come. Other groups also suffered at this time, like the Assyrians. They were once again stuck between various groups, and to make matters worse, many of the Hamidiyya cavalrymen were better armed after the war with Russia, as they refused to hand their weapons back after serving on the front. The Assyrians would therefore be swept up in the violence, like at the massacres of Diyarbakir. The Sultan, however, did nothing, so many would later look to forming an alliance with the Russians, like Shamun XIX Benjamin, the ruler of the Assyrians before World War I. Now though, after all of these atrocities, the Ottomans, who had been saved by the Western powers before, were completely by themselves. Abdul Hamid did however find one strange ally though in Theodor Herzl. In order to advance the Zionist cause, he agreed to publish papers favourable to the Sultan during this time, but he was forced to resign from his leadership position as many within the Zionist movement disagreed with his actions. But there were also stranger events occurring in Palestine though, which I'll get onto in a bit. First though, after the Russo-Turkish War, the Western powers made huge gains in the Middle East, like in Tunisia. This country was already bankrupt, and loans needed to be repaid. But more than that, the French needed to restore their prestige and stop the Italians from advancing their claims on it. The Italians had actually been encouraging businesses and migrants to move to Tunisia to further their claims. So by 1881, there were around 11,000 Italians living in the country, which was far higher than the 1,000 Frenchmen. Yet the British didn't want the Italians controlling both sides of the straits, so they made a deal with France. This was pretty much the done thing at the time to maintain some sort of balance of power. As part of this deal, the French recognized Britain's takeover of Cyprus. In return, the British supported the French conquest of Tunisia. The French then went ahead and claimed that the Tunisians were harboring Algerian rebels, and in 1881 they invaded. Mohammed III quickly surrendered as the French entered the capital, and his country became a French protectorate. There was a small insurrection in Sfax, but this was quickly subdued. Ali III took power shortly afterwards and signed the Conventions of La Marsa. This handed over real power to the French, but on the surface, it was just to give them the power to repay the debts. French troops remained in the country, and the army and police force was placed under their control. But in the countryside, though, they still kept much of the local powers in place. And Ali III, for the first time ever, appointed a Tunisian to the position of Grand Vizier, named Mohammed Aziz Bouator. He, however, had to deal with the crisis, as the French took over the concession to supply water to the capital. In response to this, the city's council resigned and thousands protested. However, the French just exiled many of the leaders, and the Bey could do nothing, so he retreated away from public life, leaving his country more and more in the hands of the French. However, this invasion of Tunisia distracted the French from larger events over in Egypt. There, Ismail Pasha continued to plunge the country further and further into debt, sometimes through infrastructure projects, other times because of his expansionist wars. Like in 1875, he moved into Darfur, and then he turned his attention to Ethiopia. Some Europeans and even former Confederate soldiers joined the Egyptians in this invasion, but from all reports, this was a complete disaster because of mismanagement and poor leadership. One of the officers in the army at this time was Ahmed Arabi, who grew resentful towards the leadership and their failures. Plus, while this invasion was underway, it became clear that the Egyptians couldn't repay their debts. So Ismail sold the Egyptian shares in the Suez Canal Company to the British government. But Britain had also been hit by the Panic of 1873, and they still wanted their loans repaid. An international commission, largely ran by Britain and France, was sent to investigate the country's expenses and govern the finances. They also forced Ismail to become a constitutional ruler. Many were of course angered by European interference in the country and the disastrous wars. Plus, to make matters even worse, soldiers were going unpaid. So the people rose up in 1879, and the new pro-Western Prime Minister, Nubar Pasha, was forced to resign. He was replaced by Tewfik. However, he was Ismail's son and had no real interest in governing, and his new cabinet changed the course of the country to appease the population. Debt repayment was cancelled, and foreigners were dismissed from the government. France wanted to take action right away, but the British were busy fighting the Boers, so they didn't agree to help. Instead, Bismarck pressured the Ottomans, who still legally owned Egypt, to depose Ismail, and Tewfik took over in 1879. Meanwhile, in the Egyptian military, there was also a great deal of ethnic tension, as most of the high-ranking officers were Albanian, Turkic or Circassian, not local Egyptian. This, by the way, was also the case in most aspects of the Egyptian society. Plus, the financial situation meant the army was being cut inside, and it left many experienced soldiers unemployed. Tewfik, being pressured by his cabinet, also tried to ban peasants from the military academy. However, there were 4 colonels that used to be peasants, including Arabi. He was imprisoned after protesting, but his soldiers freed him, and he led thousands on a march on the palace in 1881. What's important here, though, is that after centuries of foreign rule, whether it be Mamluk or Albanian, finally local Egyptians were pushing to take over the running of their country. Tewfik submitted to Arabi's demands, like he created a nationalist parliament, failed with Arabi's allies, and many non-Arab officers were dismissed. Many foreigners were then attacked in Alexandria, giving the Western powers an excuse to move in and blockade the city. The French left though to conquer Tunisia, leaving Britain alone to take Alexandria. They marched on Cairo, defeated the Egyptians, and Arabi surrendered. Tewfik was restored to power, but he had to agree to British troops being stationed in his country. In theory, this was just until the debts were repaid, but this wouldn't really happen. So Egypt had sort of become a protectorate of the British Empire. However, by taking Egypt, they also took over Egypt's problems. Like in Sudan, a cleric named Muhammad Ahmed claimed that he was the Mahdi, or the Redeemer of Islam, and launched a jihad in 1881. He allegedly said, "He who does not believe in me will be purified by the sword," and gathered support from many tribes that the Egyptians had conquered, like the Rezagat in Darfur, the Baggara Arabs of the south, and the Beja people. Many were attracted to his cause out of anger against the Egyptians, who were foreigners in Sudan, and their high taxes. These taxes were increased when Egypt fell into debt, and they dispatched the Shakiya people to collect them. They were a warlike tribe. As one earlier report indicated, Shakiya are continually at war. their only weapons being lance, target and sabre. Their youth conduct raids, sometimes as far as Darfur. Plus, it should also be said that many were also angry at the abolition of slavery, as it had been the basis of the region's economy for centuries. So influential men like Osman Digna lost his entire fortune and joined the Arabis first and then the Mahdists. Plus, the Egyptians, much like the Ottomans, had very little control over the furthest reaches of their empire. Some pashas they sent south, like al-Zubayr Rama Mansur, created a slave state in South Sudan, and his successor, Rabi az-Zubayr, would conquer lands to the west, creating a huge army of slaves. Well, in Sudan, the Mahdists rebelled just before the British took over Egypt, and the British quickly advised the Egyptians to give up on Sudan. This was especially after some British observed the Egyptians being crushed at the Battle of El Ubeid in 1883. To oversee the withdrawal of all Egyptian troops, the British sent General Gordon to Khartoum. He made a lot of mistakes in this withdrawal, like telling tribal leaders ahead of time that the British were pulling out. This just encouraged more people to join the Mahdist cause. But he was also determined to delay the withdrawal, hoping for reinforcements, and his reasoning for remaining could be an early example of the domino theory. As he said, the danger arises from the influence which the spectacle of a conquering Mohammedan power established close to your frontiers will exercise upon the population which you govern. In all the cities of Egypt, it will be felt that what the Mahdi has done, they may do, and as he has driven out the intruder, they may do the same. But the city was taken in 1885 and Gordon was killed. Khartoum, which had been built by the Egyptians in 1821, was destroyed, and its population were then either massacred or enslaved. The Mahdist forces then went on to attack the Italians in Eritrea, Belgians in Congo, and Ethiopians. They created a permanent state of holy war and an economy, once again, built on slave raids. This would be a Sufi state though, where all people would have to show their devotion, often by wearing a jibya, which symbolized an ascetic lifestyle. The Mahdi himself would die shortly after the fall of Khartoum, and Abdallahi ibn Muhammad had to fight off a number of claimants to take over the state. But as he began to organize the state more efficiently, this angered many people who wanted to keep their autonomy. Then, in 1895, the British under Kitchener decided to avenge the death of Gordon. Obviously, they also wanted to expand British influence into the region during the scramble for Africa as well. So they built train lines into Sudan and crushed the Mahdists a couple years later at the Battle of Omdurman. Some rebels held out, like Osman Digna, who fled to Darfur, but the British helped re-establish the Sultanate there, while Sudan was put under joint British and Egyptian control. So, in the late 19th century, Tunisia, Algeria, and the Europeans continued expanding across the region. Like during the scramble for Africa, the Spanish were granted Western Sahara. This land was once called the Land of Dissidents, or Bled es Seba, by the Moroccan Sultan. This was a term used to describe any lands which were in theory part of Morocco, but in reality, they had no control there. Trying to actually pin down what Morocco owned at this point is actually pretty difficult, as many maps and reports in the 19th century have conflicting ideas. Like, some show they expanded deep into modern-day Algeria, while some French officers claimed that the people of Tourt had paid taxes to the Dey of Algiers, and the Moroccans never really had power there. These lands though became a point of issue in the 20th century, and still today, Moroccan irredentists lay claim to huge stretches of lands. But at this point in time, the Moroccan rulers still had very little control over the lands closer to them either. Hassan I took over in 1873 and quickly had to put down rebellions in Fez, which began when he tried to impose a market tax on the people. Otherwise, nearly every provincial leader didn't really pay their taxes. To make matters worse, the French and Spanish were beginning to clash with the Moroccans along the borders, like the French clashed with them in the Gour Valley in 1870. Some of these clashes were instigated by autonomous Moroccan groups, like the Rifians in the north, or even the Dakawa. This group can somewhat be compared to the Wahhabis or the Mahdists of Sudan. It was created by Muhammad al-Arabi al-Dakawi at the turn of the century, and his revivalist message gained a huge following among the poor. They also began to see the Europeans as a threat, and in 1887 they clashed with the French along the border. In the capital, Sultan Hassan was a very religious leader, like many of his predecessors, but he was too nervous to be dragged into a larger conflict, so he sent his own expedition to subdue the Dakawa. The Europeans in Morocco were also protected by the protégé system, which granted them extra rights within the country, and obviously this caused more resentment as well. The French and the Spanish in particular abused this system, but Hassan did have an ally of sorts in Britain, who wanted to make sure Morocco was strong enough to remain independent. The British then managed to get the Europeans to agree to fairer terms at the Madrid Conference. Yet, even the British North West Africa Company was able to establish a trading port in Cape Juby in 1879. This was attacked a couple of times before being sold back to the Sultan in 1895. So the Moroccans could do very little to stop the Europeans, and they tried to modernize. But to do this they needed to collect taxes. So every summer Hassan would lead expeditions around the country, collecting these taxes and demanding the chiefs swear fealty to him, like in Sousse in 1886. Many of the provincial rulers that collected taxes were known as the Qaids, and they continued to dominate much of the country, like the Glaoui family around Marrakesh. They, through their alliance with the Sultan, would be allowed to expand their domains, launch campaigns, and subdue tribes nearby. Some of the Sultan's expeditions went far into the desert, like around Tourt in 1891, where they hoped to reassert Moroccan control. Although this largely just meant he made many Tuareg tribesmen as Qaids, or tax farmers, on behalf of the Sultan. And most of his modernization efforts didn't go far enough. This was evident as, again, they went to war with the Spanish in 1893. The Riffians again continued to raid Spanish lands, and they captured a Spanish cruiser. The Rif then tried to attack a Spanish fort, but without artillery. So this attack mainly consisted of them trying to scale the walls where they were mown down. But the Spanish also couldn't proceed on land, as Governor Margallo had been a corrupt leader, who, before the war, sold weapons given to his forces to the locals. With these weapons, the Rif then laid siege to the Spanish colony. While the Spanish waited for relief forces, they sent convicts out into the countryside to ambush the Rif and cause terror. Finally, once reinforcements did arrive, Spain once again expanded their territory, but only a little bit. Hassan would die shortly afterwards, and was replaced by Abd al-Aziz. He was just a child though, so his regent Bar Ahmed steered the country for a few years, subduing the odd uprising and conducting foreign diplomacy. Throughout all of this, yet another scholar began to argue against colonialism, and even pan-Islamism. His name was Muhammad Ubda, an Egyptian who, in 1884, briefly published a newspaper called Al-Uwaq al-Wuthqa. Initially, he even joined the Freemasons, and spoke in favor of unity between the religions, saying, "I hope to see the two great religions, Islam and Christianity, hand in hand embracing each other." So the British were initially quite welcoming of him and his almost secular ideals. But then he left the Freemasons after talking to one of his contemporaries, Rashid Rida, who I mentioned before. Rashid was in favor of uniting the Islamic world centered around Mecca. In this world, Sufism would be crushed, and the correct version of Islam, in his eyes, would be taught around the world, free from European influence. But this was rejected by the Sultan and his many Sufi advisors. So Rashid began speaking against the Sultan and in favor of Arab leadership. He almost argued along racial lines, saying that they were the only people who could lead such an empire. He, like the Sultan though, agreed on one thing. They were convinced that the Masons were a mere wing of European colonialism. But more than that, the idea that they were part of a wider Jewish ploy began to take hold. Abdun Rida co-wrote this in the early 20th century. There is no people in the world like the Israelites, in their adherence to their sectarian affiliation and tribal fanaticism. Freemasonry is a secret political society that was formed in Europe. And this conflict between many Islamic and Jewish leaders would only grow worse, as Zionists began encouraging more and more people to move to Palestine.
In the late 19th century, the Europeans had taken over a great deal of North Africa, while over in the Palestine, there was another type of colonization going on. But first, it's important to say what was happening in the region. An often cited description of the land comes from Mark Twain, who visited in the 1860s. He said about his journey to Jerusalem, "There are 2 or 3 small clusters of Bedouin tents, but not a single permanent habitation. Of all the lands there are for dismal scenery, I think Palestine must be the prince. There was hardly a tree or shrub anywhere. Even the olive tree and the cactus, those fast friends of worthless soil, had almost deserted the country." There could be a few reasons for Palestine being like this, like Bedouin raids, which I'll get onto later, but others like Felix Beauvais blamed the Turks for the problem, saying they have made a desert of it, where it is scarcely possible to walk without fear. And a couple of decades later, Reverend W.J. Stacy wrote an article called The Desolation of Palestine. The towns are filthy in the extreme, none more so than Jerusalem itself. He again blames the Ottoman authorities for this, saying, "Everything is taxed. Every fruit tree, so now none are planted. Every cow or horse, every vegetable sold out of a private garden. Every 8th egg is not taxed, but taken by the government." And people would also be reluctant to have farmhouses because they would be responsible for giving soldiers lodging at their own expense, while nothing is done for the good or improvement of the people or the land by the government. However, this is a controversial issue, obviously given the current situation, and just to give the counter-argument, much of the region is still desert today, and some of the writers seem to have had other motives. Christians especially were looking at some form of colonization. As the Reverend says in the same article, the whole revenue is stated to amount only £180,000. If it was 6 or even 10 million, what would that be for Europe to raise for the purchase of Palestine? Yet if this number is to be believed, the entire revenue generated in Palestine would have been much less than the annual income of the Duke of Devonshire at that time, and this was a period in which he, like many lords, were going through financial difficulties. So Ottoman governors did just begin selling huge chunks of lands, like the Jezreel Valley, to the Greek Sursok family to generate some sort of income. Whatever you decide the reasoning behind these descriptions are, will probably be based on your political allegiance though. Nevertheless, the population was incredibly rural, as Jerusalem only had around 15,000 people in it in 1872. What percent of those people were Jewish is open for debate, but it was usually reported as anywhere between a third or a half. 15,000 people in a city for that time is still remarkably small, but it's not altogether unique for the empire. Many once great cities had largely been abandoned. Like when the Greeks achieved their independence, they found Athens, their new capital, only had around 5,000 people inside of it. Or there's the Bulgarian capital of Sofia. Their population declined to around 12,000 people in 1878. Or Tirana, the capital of Albania, only had 10,000 people throughout all of the 19th century. Some cities were obviously still very large, like Istanbul had over 700,000 people, and Cairo had around 500,000. Other important cities like Mecca had 40,000 people in it in the 1880s, but as it's in the desert, that sort of makes sense. Baghdad, Beirut and Damascus had growing populations, but still only around 100,000 people. This may sound impressive when compared to Jerusalem, but this still made them smaller or equal to cities like Danzig or Bremen in Germany, or in the UK, they'd be comparable to Sunderland, Nottingham, Oldham, Bolton and Blackburn. The English city of Newcastle was 10 times the size of Jerusalem, and Jerusalem had fewer people in it than Springfield, Illinois, which only built their first log cabin in the 1820s. It was roughly half the size of the Italian city of Verona before the Black Death, or for this time period, it could be compared to the Russian city of Tobolsk over in Siberia. Other cities in the region were even smaller, like Jaffa and Haifa only had around 5,000 people each. But these cities did begin to grow at the end of the century, as between 1882 and 1903, larger waves of Jewish people began arriving as part of the first Aliyah. The Zionist movement had been growing in popularity in Europe, but immigration to Israel really began increasing due to Russian pogroms. These new arrivals doubled the Jewish population in Palestine, and they created new towns like Rishon LeZion and Mikveh Israel, which were largely funded by the Rothschilds. There had also been a movement of Jews within Islamic lands already though. Like in Persia in Mashhad, there was a pogrom in 1839, and forced conversions. In Aleppo, blood libel cases forced many to flee, while in Baghdad, the old governor Dawood Pasha persecuted many, and plague in the 1830s drove many more out. In fact, before this it was reported in Baghdad, Jews are the governing element of the place. They have their stored booths in every bazaar, occupy all principal caravansaries, and entirely control the business of bankerage and monopolies. Some Jews though went in completely the opposite direction, like David Sassoon left Iraq and became a leader of the Jewish community in India. Yet largely many of the Jews from Syria, Persia and Kurdistan went to Jerusalem. They were also joined by many Yemeni Jews as well. However, their reason for migration was a little bit different. One member of the Sassoon family reported, "In all ages there have been pretenders and false messiahs amongst Jews, but in Yemen they had been very numerous. No doubt because the Yemen Jew is credulous and lacks erudition. Shukar Kuhail I managed to gain a huge following and claim to be the Messiah before being killed by Arabs in 1865. But Judah ben Shalom took over his movement, and there would be others who continued preaching the end of the world was near. Mix this in with the arrival of Ottoman forces in the region, and around 10% of Jews left Yemen to Jerusalem beginning in 1881. But they weren't the only religious groups arriving. Again, in 1881, a group of American Christians arrived hoping to create a utopian society. Many Swedish Protestants joined them, and they created an entirely communal colony, working alongside Muslims and Jews of the city. So largely it was a pretty peaceful addition to the city. There were earlier American groups that came to Palestine, like the Mormons under George J. Adams, who claimed to be the Messiah, but their colony at Jaffa failed. Then a group of Germans who also believed that the world was coming to an end arrived in the region in the late 19th century. Their German Templar colonies had around 2,000 people, and they were pretty instrumental in developing important cities today like Haifa and Jaffa. And this colony came to the world's attention when, in 1898, Kaiser Wilhelm came to visit. This trip was important for many people, and the course of history going forward. For starters, Theodor Herzl met with the Kaiser, and the Kaiser agreed to put forward the idea of a Jewish state in front of the Sultan. In fact, Herzl even had ideas of asking for German protection for such a state. In fact, in 1896, Herzl wrote in Der Judenstaat, "If His Majesty the Sultan were to give us Palestine, we could in return undertake to regulate the whole finances of Turkey. We should form there part of a wall of defense for Europe and Asia, an outpost for civilization against barbarism." All of this came after the Zionists held their first Congress in Basel, where they picked Palestine as the future home of a Jewish state. This may sound obvious, but there were plans to create a Jewish state elsewhere beforehand, like in Uganda. By the 5th Congress, they had set up the Jewish National Fund to begin purchasing more land in Palestine. The Olive Tree Fund in blue charity boxes in homes encouraged Jews in Europe to finance agricultural projects in Palestine, and they played an instrumental role in the founding of Tel Aviv. Later on, during the Second Aliyah in the early 20th century, the Jews would form their own militias, like the Bar Giora. Many of those who joined had served in underground cells opposed to the Tsar, and they brought that experience to the Levant. Yet, as the pogroms in Russia intensified, many more Jews began arriving in Palestine. Plus, many of these settlers joined in the kibbutz movement, which looked to create productive farmland, and, ideally, to create self-sufficient colonies. They were also joined, strangely, by Marxist Zionists, like Poali Zion, which had groups all over the world. There were, of course, many people obviously opposed to Zionism within the empire, but some of the most prominent Palestinian opponents included Christians, like Isa el-Isa. He would go on to found a newspaper called Philistine, and there he argued that Zionism was a challenge to the Arab population for which he belonged. So just like in Lebanon, many of the early advocates of Arab nationalism and identity were Christians. But going back to the Kaiser's trip, it also inspired many Germans to acquire more territory in the Holy Land, and the Kaiser declared, "May the Sultan rest assured, and the 300 million Mohammedans scattered all over the globe, and revering in him their caliph, that the German emperor will be and remain at all times their friend." The Kaiser was therefore quite keen on Islam. As he said when leaving the Levant, "My personal feeling in leaving the Holy City was that I felt profoundly ashamed before the Muslims, and that if I had come there without any religion at all, I certainly would have turned Mohammedan." Across the Islamic world, people began to believe that the Kaiser had in fact converted, and would become a saviour of the religion. Like Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, an Indian Muslim, wrote a book in which he said, "Even the Emperor of Germany has talked of relinquishing his faith. This proves that it is God Almighty's will that the Christian faith be obliterated from the face of the earth through rational arguments." During World War I, this idea would be central to many propaganda campaigns, as his diplomats would refer to him as Haji Wilhelm when trying to unite the Islamic world against the British and French. The Kaiser, however, was not always particularly consistent in his schemes though, as he later declared, "Be careful that the partition isn't implemented without us. I shall take Mesopotamia, Alexandretta, Messina. The perceptive Turks are already patiently awaiting his fate." He continued he should wait until we have consolidated our position and our zones of activity there and are ready to annex. So the Ottomans should be seen only as a temporary ally until German settlers increased, and he would claim lands later on. Importantly, it is also around this time that the Germans began construction on the Baghdad-Berlin Railway. There had already been plans to construct the lines to exploit the resources of the empire like zinc, lead, and possibly oil, but as of yet, no oil had been discovered. Some experts in the 1870s believed it could be found in Iraq, but there was no infrastructure in place to extract it, even if it was discovered. So in 1888, German investors helped begin the construction of a train line from Baghdad to Constantinople, linking up the many small existing lines in place. Other nations did also look to gain further concessions to build lines into Baghdad, but they were rejected. For instance, the Ottomans rejected a Russian bid because obviously they feared Russian expansion. The Germans, on the other hand, seemed to be a somewhat neutral power, with no colonies in the region. In return for warming relations with the Germans, the Sultan was expected to help the Kaiser abroad. Like when many Chinese Muslims rose up in Beijing during the Boxer Rebellion, the Sultan told the Muslims to stand down and not fight against the Europeans. Yet German assistance did help the Ottomans actually reclaim a bit of land. Although their control over the Balkans weakened again after the Bulgarians united in the 1880s, in 1897 the Greeks in Crete rose up, hoping to become part of Greece. The Greeks marched into Turkish lands to support them, but the Ottomans actually prevailed. Their victory demonstrated they were becoming a modern fighting force, and this was largely down to the work of Kalmar Freya von der Goltz, other German officers, and, of course, numerical superiority. So all was not lost in the Balkans, and many pan-Islamists celebrated this victory. However, within the empire, they were once again losing control over their lands. Like in 1889 in Lebanon and Syria, a revolt broke out. This was called the Emir, and it was altogether quite small. The aims of the rebels were also remarkably specific, as they hoped to end the abuses of local sheikhs and partition up communal lands more equally. And in the end, the rebels were actually quite successful. But in the aftermath of this rebellion, the French and the Germans made an agreement to share in the construction of railroads in the region. These would spread from the coast deep into Syria, roughly around the lands that the French would later claim after World War I. And it's also important to say that sheikhs and tribal leaders did still exist, despite the Tanzimat reforms. Like in Lebanon, the Al-Atrash family continued to dominate, and you can use their history as a sort of marker of how divided these lands still were. They ruled around Jabal Hawran, which today is actually in Syria. A man named Ibrahim took over the family in 1869 and fought against his brother for control. But each tribe picked sides in the conflict. Like Ibrahim launched an assault against the Al-Hamdan clan. They were Druze, but they were still contenders for power. The Ottomans also looked to crush the power of the Al-Atrash. Like in 1878, they appointed Mikdad Pasha to govern Damascus. He launched expeditions into Druze lands, demanded a change of leaders, and compensation be paid. At the same time, Muslims killed a couple of Druze men. The Druze then responded by massacring around 100 Muslims, and then the new Ottoman governor, Hamdi Pasha, responded by demanding blood money be paid, and Ottoman troops were garrisoned nearby. There were also a number of tribal conflicts as well. Like in 1887, the Sulut tribe rose up before the Ottomans sent in soldiers to crush them. And during the Umayyad, peasant revolt spread into Lebanon. The Al-Atrash family fled to Damascus and were actually later restored by the Ottomans. But there were conditions this time, like they would have to implement the Ottomans' agrarian reforms and allow for the sale of land. But the Europeans could exploit this and expand their own influence in Lebanon. Shibli took over from his father in the 1890s, but again the region was incredibly volatile. The Ottomans formed an alliance with the Arab Ruwala tribe, and they began to raid Lebanese territories. So Shibli formed his own alliance with the Bani Sakir. These two sides clashed with one another in small villages and in the desert until Shibli was arrested. His brother assaulted Ottoman barracks to try and free him, but this failed, and they were then stripped of their power. This sort of thing though was going on across the whole Middle East. Like among the Ruwala, Al-Shalan killed his own brother and took power a couple years later. He would then occupy Al-Jawaf and play an important role in the Arab revolt. Or then there were the Bani Sakir. They were led by Fendi al-Fayez throughout much of the 19th century, and he defended the tribe against raids led by both Damascus and the Ruwala. By the late 19th century, it's estimated they had around 5,000 fighting men, launching their own raids on nearby lands. Like one British man named Henry B. Tristram reported that when they arrived in the Gore Valley in Jordan, in a week there was not a green blade to be seen, where before the arrival of these locusts, one stood knee-deep in rank herbage. So the arrival of these tribes across the region brought destruction of farmland. Like in 1870, T. Drake visited the Jezreel Valley and found that the Aniza tribe had left the region plundered, and only around 1/5 of cultivated land was being used. Their camels would fill the valleys eating whatever crops they could, and then carry back plundered goods. You can find numerous reports just about every year of some village being destroyed and their fields laid to waste. Like the Tiaha tribe destroyed the villages of Sanabra and Dir Nahas, or in 1900, tribes raided the village of Yatta near to Hebron. Even Herbert Kitchener explored Palestine late in the century and remarked on the damage that took place, as fields were destroyed, livestock was pillaged, and people were slaughtered. He was also unable to travel to many places, as the Tarabin and Tiaha tribes were at war with one another, so roads were closed. Back to the Bani Sakia though. Fendi was contracted by the Ottomans to protect pilgrims, which he did, and he grew immensely wealthy in doing so. His son Satam al-Fayez took over the tribe, and strangely, he was involved in another crisis that shows how volatile the region was. Henry B. Tristram, while exploring Palestine, was imprisoned in Karak Castle by the Majalis, a nearby tribe. Well, Satam was able to help Tristram by pressuring the Majalis to release him. With all of this going on, the Ottomans in places like Jordan tried to create a sedentary population, and it's here that they sent Circassian refugees to inhabit Amman in 1878. This today is the capital of Jordan, but for centuries it was largely uninhabited, only being used by seasonal farmers and the occasional Bedouin raider. As-Salt was actually the more dominant city in Jordan, but this city was also divided into clans, like the Akrad and the Katishat. They lived in separate quarters, and divided responsibility in defending the city from the Bedouins. In 1886 they had tried to keep their autonomy, but Mehmed Rashid Pasha sent troops to demand they open up. This army though consisted of many Bedouins fighting alongside Ottoman troops. While within the province of Jerusalem, some families or tribes did actually begin to fall in line with the Ottomans and make some reforms. Some sold off land and made money, and used this money to control other aspects of the economy, like the Abu Ghos family. They had long fought in feudal clashes against their neighbours, but in the 1860s, the Ottomans moved in. The Ottoman soldiers torched many of their villages, and power was taken from them. But they then sold off their lands and built mansions to live in. So while dozens fell in power, many more rose up by adapting to the changes, like the Christian El Issa family that I mentioned before. It is also around this time that the Armenians and the Assyrians were being massacred in the east, as part of the Hamadean massacres which I've mentioned before. The Armenian Revolutionary Federation was founded to fight back and bring the atrocities to the world's attention. Like in 1896, they seized the Ottoman Bank in the capital. They were seemingly inspired by leftists and somewhat anarchist tactics. This meant they fought guerrilla wars, targeted large institutions, and conducted the odd assassination. After all, in their ranks was Edward Joris, a Belgian anarchist and anti-imperialist. Well, in 1905 they planned on killing the Sultan. They planted explosives in a carriage parked outside a mosque on Friday, knowing that the Sultan was praying inside. However, the bomb was on a timer, and the Sultan began to have a conversation and his exit was delayed. So when the bomb exploded, dozens of people were killed or injured, but the Sultan survived. Many, including some Turks, celebrated the would-be assassins, as the Sultan had continued to make enemies throughout the empire. Many Arabs in fact already feared the Sultan's pro-Turkish policies. Others viewed his rule as authoritarian, and his secret police were repressive, while some nationalists saw that he was ruling over a weakening empire. The Sultan, however, from the very beginning, took his role as caliph more seriously than Sultan. In his words, it was Islam that kept the different groups of the empire like the members of one family. Therefore, the stress should not be on Ottomanism, but on Islam. He therefore challenged the Moroccans' right to claim the title of caliph, and claimed that all Muslims, whether in British India or Dutch Indonesia, should unite. For instance, he said, India with her millions of population could, if they really wished, easily expel the British, who are sacking and oppressing them. But he also realised that the Muslim Indians lacked any real wealth or power, as the British do nothing except exploit the Indian wealth and power, and treating them like animals. To push forward this pan-Islamist idea, some high-ranking notables from formerly Islamic lands were invited to Istanbul, and many who went on the Hajj were given pamphlets advocating for solidarity in the Caliphate. Then, just as one example, they sent Ali Ghalib Bey to Indonesia in the 1880s. He introduced the idea of praying for the Caliph in Friday prayers. As for Persia, the Sultan wanted them to convert to Sunni Islam,
but also he was willing to see the two nations work together regardless. In this way, Persia, in his words, would not be used as a tool of England and Russia. However, in practice, as I mentioned before, when it came to actually acting upon these ambitions, he was often pressured to step down. Like in China, Philippines and Indonesia, where he failed to support his fellow rebelling Muslims. Closer to home, he began to believe that the British were now the greatest threat to the empire, as, although the Russians had taken more lands, he began to think that the British would usurp the title of Caliph and give it to a puppet in Egypt or even in Jeddah. So, to keep the Arab populations on his side, gifts and titles were handed out to notable figures. Plus, the Ottomans did actually have some success in the Arabian Peninsula. There they were allied with Jabal Shammar in the north. This state had been able to exploit the divisions of the Saudis, and they captured Riyadh, as I mentioned before. Then the Ottomans would later look to finally build trains to Mecca later on. So the Pan-Islamists had some reasons to be optimistic. However, almost instantly, they began to suffer from reversals again. Like many of the Saudi family were forced to flee to Kuwait, and there the new ruler had grand ambitions. He was Mubarak al-Sabah, and he took over in 1896 after killing his own brother. However, this fratricide did anger a lot of people. The Ottomans debated sending in troops from Basra, but this was avoided and peace was made. Kuwait, after all, would be a better ally and would prove vital to the Baghdad Railway as a possible port. But Mubarak still didn't trust the Sultan, so in 1899 he signed an alliance with the British. However, as one British official in India wrote, "We don't want Kuwait, but we don't want anyone else to have it." Mubarak though began developing his grand ambitions of expanding into Arabia. Like in 1901, he decided to launch a huge assault on Najd. There the Kuwaitis fought against Jabal Shammar, but at the Battle of Sarif, they lost. Mubarak then quickly requested full British protection. Although hesitant, the British decided to sign the status quo agreement with the Ottomans, agreeing that neither side could maintain troops in Kuwait. Mubarak though began giving away concessions to the British, including for train lines, which challenged the Germans' Berlin-Baghdad Railroad. And he also began smuggling British weapons across the border into the hands of yet another Saudi state. The Saudis were exiled from Riyadh in 1891, and they travelled around the peninsula, sometimes settling in Qatar or with Mubarak in Kuwait. Well, in 1901, under Ibn Saud, they launched raids. First into Najd, then Al-Hassa. Finally, in 1902, they made it to Riyadh, and with a tiny force, they actually conquered the city. 40 or so men climbed trees and got over the city walls, and once inside, they killed the governor. Mubarak sent some men to help them hold Riyadh, but still, this was a tiny force at first. Once again, many of the nearby tribes, either through force or due to ideology, joined the new Saudi state, and together they managed to take over most of Najd. Jabal Shammar and the Ottomans sent a force to counter this new threat and halted him in 1904. The fighting would begin a couple of years later, and at the Battle of Wardat Muhana, the Saudis killed the ruler of Jabal Shammar and secured their rule. But growing within this new Saudi state was a force of religious warriors, known as the Ikhwan. They emerged when Wahhabi scholars began their own version of borrowed colonialism, bringing Bedouin into agricultural settlements and teaching them about Salafism. Although this group was small at first, they would grow into a huge force, and infamously conduct brutal raids and massacre prisoners. All of this was largely at odds with Ibn Saud, who favoured a more diplomatic, almost pragmatic approach to unification. So there was already Kuwait, the Saudis and Jabal Shammar, all vying for control in Arabia. And to make matters even more complicated, there were murmurings of discontent with the Sharif of Mecca. These Sharifs continue to come from the Dawu Awan clan, or at least some sort of relation to them. For centuries they had kept their power by swearing fealty to any larger force, like they swapped to join the Ottomans when they took Mecca from the Mamluks centuries ago. Or, in the early 1800s, Abd al-Mu'in first fought against the Wahhabis, but then surrendered the city and accepted their authority. Then Muhammad ibn Abd al-Mu'in would later be put in power by Muhammad Ali and the Egyptians. They did have some challenges though, like Abd al-Muttalib, who ruled in the middle of the 19th century, opposed Tanzimat reforms and the banning of slavery in particular. So he would be deposed and brought back a couple of times. Also, since the Tanzimat reforms, a new vilayet was created, essentially creating two governments within Hijaz. To make matters worse, in the late 19th century, Abdul Hamid began to believe that the British were poised to take over Hijaz, and central to any takeover would be an alliance with the Sharif. These fears were unfounded at this time at least, but in 1880 the Sultan said, by possessing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, the British could maintain her rule over her vast Muslim population in India. And more Indian Muslims were arriving in Mecca, along with many other pilgrims, thanks to the improvement in ships. In 1831 around 112,000 people made the pilgrimage, but by 1910 the number had reached 300,000. This came with problems though. Like many Indian arrivals were accused of bringing cholera to the city, especially in 1865 when many died of the disease. And as for the British, they began to suspect that people were being radicalized there. In the words of Richard Francis Burton, who travelled to Mecca himself, this emigration is fraught with evils. It sends forth a horde of malcontents that ripen into bigots. It teaches foreign nations to despise our rule. The Sultan though was convinced of the British threat, and often promoted people from outside the clan, or generally threatened the Sharif's family with a degree of hostility. Like in 1880, Hussein Pasha was assassinated, and his brother was supposed to become the new Sharif of Mecca. But instead the Turks reinstalled Abd al-Muttalib ibn Ghalib, who had been deposed after fighting against the abolition of slavery. However, he belonged to the Zayd clan, and his rule was opposed by the British consul in Jeddah, who described him as a fanatical Wahhabi. He would die just 2 years later, and Hussein's brother finally took over. This was Awan ar-Rafiq, who would rule until 1905, and he had support from the British, who described him as liberal and enlightened. So now you have 4 regional powers in Arabia: the Sharif of Mecca, Kuwait, the Saudis, and Jabal Shammah. Going further south though, Oman had continued on their decline. They had already lost their African colonies, and the country itself was divided between Muscat and Oman proper. In 1870 these two states actually went to war with one another because of complicated local politics. It began when the Saudis had tried to reclaim the Burami oasis from Abu Dhabi. The Sheikh there, Zayed bin Khalifa, requested help and got support from Azan bin Qais, the Imam of Oman. Turki bin Said, the Sultan of Muscat, however, refused. Instead, he created an alliance with other Emirati rulers, like Hasha bin Maktoum of Dubai. Together they rode out and defeated the Imam at the Battle of Dank, although fighting over the oasis would continue for many more years. Faisal bin Turki would then come to the throne of Muscat in 1888, but he had little control over the tribes. The Hanawi in particular were angry for a number of reasons, like the government could no longer give them subsidies, and the leader believed that the Sultan was planning on removing him from power. Plus, the ruler of Zanzibar, Hammam bin Tuwaini, had dreams of reuniting the two states, and he did have a lot more money and a much better army. The Huwaini eventually rebelled in 1895 and sacked Muscat. Faisal managed to survive by paying the rebels off, and fortunately for him, Zanzibar would be defeated by the British in the shortest war in history. But Faisal was far from safe. The royal family were almost seen like foreigners, as many of their ancestors were Ethiopian or Indian, plus they relied on the British and gave in to many of their demands. Like tobacco and alcohol were sold in the capital, and all religions held equal status. In general though, Muscat was now more closely tied to British India rather than Arabia. The British never actually really established full legal control in Oman, but in 1899 they demonstrated their influence. The Sultan tried to sell railway concessions to the French, but the British ordered that Faisal board a ship, and if he didn't, they'd bombard Muscat. Faisal relented to the British demands and stopped the French from gaining the concession. This humiliation was so bad that he asked for permission to abdicate, but George Nathaniel Curzon refused, and he was almost forced to rule until 1913. William Lee Warner, the secretary in India, would say of Oman, "We are rapidly coming to a crisis in Muscat. How long can we keep the fiction going when the Sultan is afraid to go 10 miles from the capital?" And in this climate, many more rebellions would come. Also, sticking in Arabia, the Ottomans would essentially lose control of Qatar. They had only really brought it into their empire in 1871 and allowed the Thani family to rule over. But like elsewhere, the peninsula was divided among tribal lines. For instance, in Algeria, Jassim bin Muhammad al-Thani attacked the Buanayin tribe in 1885. This tribe appealed for Ottoman support, and they got it. The Ottomans then planned on putting Jassim's brother-in-law in power, so Qatar stopped paying taxes to the Turks. However, at that same time, many British Indians were arriving in the region, and they began to work in the pearl trading business. Jassim, though, closed down their shops and drove them out, trying to maintain his independence. However, in 1893, Ottoman troops were sent to Qatar to remove him from power. The Qataris met the invaders and drove them back into Al-Wajba fort. There, cut off from any source of water, the Ottomans surrendered. Qatar didn't necessarily become an independent state straight away, but they were clearly outside the full control of the empire. Some Ottoman troops even remained in Doha. However, during World War I, Qatar would join the British Empire. The Pan-Islamists were therefore losing land. Plus, the Pan-Turkists would suffer greater losses, as Central Asia was conquered in the late 19th century. Beginning in the 1870s, the Russians launched a whole new host of campaigns in Central Asia. Like in 1873, they returned to Khiva, and this time they were successful. Then in 1876, they destroyed the Kokand Khanate. They would follow up these victories by taking Turkmenistan in 1881 and Merv in 1884, thus killing the dream of a pan-Turkic empire for decades. The Russians quickly set to work on building the Trans-Caspian Railway line, which of course worried the British. However, the two nations would meet with one another to cement Afghanistan's northern borders. The British, though, were expanding themselves. They'd already taken over the Sikh Empire, and in 1876 they signed a treaty with the Kalat Khanate. But they were still panicked when Russian diplomats arrived, uninvited, in Afghanistan in 1878. In response to this, the British demanded that Sher Ali Khan accept British diplomats, but he wanted to remain entirely neutral and entertain no foreign dignitaries. This wouldn't do for Britain, so they marched into Afghanistan yet again. Sher Ali Khan had managed to make some big reforms. Like, he removed rival Barakzai princes from power in the provinces and modernised the army a bit. However, the British easily marched in and chased him to Mazar-e-Sharif, where he died. His son Muhammad Yaqub Khan was then forced to sign a treaty with Britain, turning the country into a protectorate. Plus, he also had to give away towns like Quetta to the British, so they today lay inside of Pakistan. Some of these borders were defined later on, like the Durand Line of 1893. There were also future border negotiations with Persia later on, however, I'll skip a lot of that here. Many Afghans, however, were angry about all this and continued to fight back. In the west, Ayub Khan led forces to victory in the Battle of Maiwand, while in Kabul, the population once again rose up, forcing Muhammad Yaqub to abdicate. Ayub Khan was made the new Shah, but he wouldn't rule for long, as the British this time were able to respond effectively. They crushed Ayub at Kandahar and then appointed Abdur Rahman Khan to be the new ruler. He would go on to sign the treaties establishing the new borders along the Durand Line. However, he maintained his independence as a buffer state between the great powers. Internally, he earned the title of the Dracula Emir for his brutality against different ethnic groups. Many were forcibly transferred around the country, while others were just massacred. Like in 1888, the Shia Hazara rose up. The Shah responded by torching towns, massacring people, and like Nadia Shah and Tamerlane beforehand, building towers out of skulls and forcing women into marriages. He was also a remarkably religious leader, and wanted to remove foreign religions from the country. So 100 years before the Taliban completed the job, the Emir tried to destroy the Buddhas of Bamiyan. Meanwhile, across the border, Persia, much like Afghanistan, was wedged between the great powers. Here the people continued to suffer as, in the 1870s, a famine struck the land, the causes of which haven't quite been established. Some say it was a mix of poor administration, corrupt leaders hoarding grain, and manipulating the markets. Obviously, added on to this is bad weather, while others say it was because many people left farming to join the more lucrative cotton industries. And even the number of deaths are not known, as they range from anywhere between 200,000 to over 2.5 million. However, in recent years, Iranian historians like Golgi Maj have deemed this to be a Victorian Holocaust, and he will call later famines like that in 1917 again another genocide. Through it all, Nasser al-Din Shah still ruled, and the country continued down the same path, often opposing any reforms. The Shah's vizier, Mirza Yusuf Astiani, prevented the country from making any great changes, while more liberal viziers like Hussein Khan Sepehsalar were removed from power for granting unpopular concessions, which I'll get onto in a bit. There were some new developments,
especially within the army, with the creation of the Persian Cossack Brigade. This would become the most effective fighting force in Persia. However, the troops were trained by Russian officers, and it sort of became a Russian force within Persia. These would in fact become so powerful that later on they would bring down Shahs. So really, the country was still weak. Many Islamic leaders were asserting control over different aspects of the state. In the west, the Kurds were attacking, and Arabistan still lay out of the central government's control. Plus, the Bakhtiari tribes were forcibly united by Hussein Ghali Khan Ilkhani. Although he largely worked alongside the Shah, he was a warlord, and his son, Ali Qali Khan, would later be influential in later uprisings. Foreigners also began to arrive, looking to gain concessions to extract resources or build train lines. Like Baron Reuter, the man who founded the news agency. He presented a contract to the Shah in 1872, but he tried to take over too much, including most factories and resources. The Shah cancelled the agreement, saying it contained the most complete and extraordinary surrender of the entire industrial resources of a kingdom into foreign hands that has probably ever been dreamed of. This was the concession that the liberal Vizier Shah pressured the Shah to accept, but most of the public and parliament forced the Shah to reject it. However, Persia still needed money to modernize, yet this was highly unlikely under the Shahs. They continued to spend what little money they had on lavish palaces and ceremonies, so they had no real army and still depended on loyal tribes. Most of their arable land was still going to waste, and they had huge nomadic populations. Then came in G.F. Talbot in 1890, who took over the tobacco industry. In exchange, the Shah would get an annual payment and a share of the profits, so this seemed like a good deal. However, over 200,000 Persians were already active in the tobacco industry, and across the country people protested. Jamal al-Din al-Afghani even got involved, calling on people to save Persia from this criminal who was offered the provinces of the land of Iran to auction among the great powers. And the Grand Ayatollah declared a fatwa against the use of tobacco. In the end, the Shah was forced to end the concession, but it came at a cost. Their industry never really developed at this time, so they just had to take out loans instead. The Shah also fell in line with the more radical elements of his state, and it created a sort of strange environment within the country, almost unique in a way to Persia. Elsewhere, in the 19th century, liberalism was often tied to free trade and constitutional rule. But when looking at Persia, almost the reverse is true. The autocratic Shah had been looking to open markets and hand out concessions. In response to this, there was a growing movement of people, largely conservative and protectionists, that wanted a constitution to stop him from doing so. Again, this is a gross oversimplification. For instance, al-Afghani was a modernist, but thought that the Shah was selling out the country. So many who objected to free trade and concessions could still be reformers. For his role in the protests, Afghani was forced out of the country and he fled to Istanbul. There he met another exile called Mirza Reza Kermani. There were other Persians here, like Mirza Malcolm Khan, a Christian reformer who had held posts in the government. He created the House of Forgetfulness, which was a Mason-like organization, and their activities worried the Shah. He was also a little corrupt, as he sold a lottery concession in Britain, knowing that the Shah would never allow it. Because of this, he was stripped of all of his titles and began writing critical articles about the Shah and in favour of a complete shift in society. This would include land distribution, women's rights, Western institutions and the likes. So the opposition to the Shah was pretty complex, and they plotted on killing him. Mirza Reza Kermani travelled back to Persia and shot the Shah in 1896. However, nothing really improved. Mozaffar ad-Din took over, and he sold even more concessions to foreigners and took out even more loans. But while the Egyptians, Ottomans and Tunisians took out loans to at least in part develop their country, Mozaffar ad-Din was taking out loans to travel to Europe in luxury. And while his father had been keen on photography, he became somewhat obsessed with cinema. So he lived in luxury in a palace still filled with slaves, as the country would not abolish the trade until much later on. To pay for all this, he began selling concessions to the Europeans, despite the fact his father had faced huge protests against this. In 1901, he gave William Knox Darcy the right to search for oil and exploit whatever he found.
He gave even more to the Russians, allowing them to open up mines, build highways and more. Obviously this would have seen Persia have some sort of infrastructure, but the wealth would largely be extracted from the country. And because of their already existing debts, tariffs were placed on goods, but the money went straight to the Russian bankers. This caused even more resentment, and strange alliances would begin to emerge between Islamic scholars and liberals. So most of the Islamic world continued on their decline. But the people were given some sort of hope when the Japanese defeated Russia in war. This was in fact so widely celebrated that people in the Ottoman Empire named their children after Japanese admirals. Also, the rise of the German Empire would provide many with a possible ally, who hoped to escape the clutches of Britain, Russia or France.